Hello. Can you hear me okay? Or am I a little too loud? Thank you, Josh, for George. Thank you, Robbie99. Oh, just out of the a little wet. That's okay. Thank you. 3 people on. Wait for more people to show up. Is this internet working? Okay. Choppy. Shoot. I need to reset the internet. Hold on. Okay, how about this has to happen now.
What's up?
All right, how about now? Are we good? Should be better now. I reset my Wi-Fi. Should be good now. My internet is working perfectly. Now it's good. Okay. Awesome. So we got 2 people on. Probably have more. Got 1 person on. Looks like they all ran away from the bad connection. So I'm just going to wait here a little bit until we get the numbers back up. Awesome. Better. Very good. So let's see. We got 1 person on. It's hard to believe.
What's up? Welcome. Today we're going to be reacting to a band that we all know. It's Korn.
Got 2 people on. Thank you, Ortho Christos. How's everything in Australia? Which counter? I don't. What are you talking about? Hello. Thank you, Goods. Sean, what do you mean by counter? I don't. We got 4 people on, so we're getting better. Got 4 people. Oh yeah. Sometimes it takes a while for it to update. Yeah. All right, guys. So we are celebrating 1,000 subscribers on my channel. So that is why I'm here. Also, it's the Friday Ask Me Anything day. So here we go. Ask away, and I will answer. But if it's a really, really dumb question, I'll probably also react to the nature of the question. Wazdra. Wait, hold on. Wozdra, because you guys pronounce the V's with a W, with like a what. See, for years I always pronounced vodka as vodka, but then I heard some guy call it vodka, and I'm like, what? Oh, because the V is a what? Oh, I gotcha. And the W is a V in most European languages. I think maybe I want to say English and Spanish are the only European languages that I know that pronounce the V as a V, the V as a V. And then most languages, German, all the Northern European languages except for English, they pronounce the V as a W. What is your favorite color? Probably a really dark brown. And I like this sort of pub color. I think it's really nice. Well, I'm glad you liked that video, Joshua. It's really what I feel about what's happening in the United States. You don't have a W? Oh, okay. Well, I think in German they pronounce the W as a V. And the way that you say, like, for example, the word video in English, in German it's pronounced video. Hilarious, I know. But that's how I feel about America right now. I see so much of this trash culture, this worshiping of the criminal, the worshiping of the thug, the scoundrel, the lunatic, the serial killer. We see so much of this, and it is it's pervasive all throughout the country. Yes, Rittenhouse has been found innocent of all the charges. No, I'm not getting in there a blogger. I'm not going to hire anybody ever again. I will never hire another writer ever, ever. Because it's just a pain in the ass. You know, I've hired numerous people throughout the years to write for our website, and it's a pain in the ass. I constantly have to correct them. I constantly have to make sure they're not putting in typos or writing typos, and they don't even edit their own work. They don't do shit. It's like they just write some article, they blab their opinion on it, and it's like, wait, hold on, wait, dude, are you sure this is even accurate? Are you sure this is even true? Have you researched this? What's your reference for this? What the hell are you talking about? Oh, okay. And then they'll do what you tell them to do, but then they do the same shit over again a week later. So it's like people. I mean, my God. I mean, it's hard. It's really hard to find people who are sincere workers. Workers. It's not really the word for this type of industry, but it's hard to find people who are willing to write with integrity. It's hard to find people who are willing to write with effort and creativity and to put in at least some effort to make sure that your article is accurate and has good spelling and good grammar. And it was hard to find people. It is hard to find people, but it's not just that. It's like, okay, fine, you got typos here and there. I can understand that everyone makes mistakes, but it's not just that. It's also when you tell them, hey, can you not write this bullshit again, please? And they say, okay. And then they do it again. That's what pisses me off. Yeah. Anyway. What do you think, Malcolm X? I may not endorse his Islam, but he spoke a lot of truth. I mean, everyone speaks truth. I think, I don't know. I never really studied Malcolm X, to be honest with you. But from what I've heard about him, he was a fanatical black nationalist, and then he became a fundamentalist Muslim, and then I think he was shot by his own people, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, he went from being a racist to a universalist Muslim and then getting killed. That's all I really know about the guy. Thank you, Joey Kumar. I like your Luigi profile pic, by the way. They were squashed. Okay. I have no idea. I've never really read about Malcolm X. He was shot by the CIA. That's possible. No idea, guys. But one thing I do know is that today is Friday, so yeah. But there is this pervasive culture, and it's like somebody will do something criminal, and then well, I'm gonna try to find a loophole to get out. Screw you. You did the crime. You're gonna pay the time. Bottom line, people need to get punished. Nobody wants to take accountability, and nobody wants to factor in the reality that people who get squashed by cops, for the most part, deserve it. Once in a while, and by once in a while, I mean like very, very rarely do you find a case where someone is completely innocent and they get their ass kicked by the cops. There was a case like that happened in Texas a number of years ago where the cops were looking for a criminal and they entered the wrong house and they thought they got the wrong address. Okay. And they busted open this poor soul's house. This guy was completely innocent and they beat the shit out of this guy. And they arrested him and they did all this. And they thought, okay, we got him. And it's like, no, you just got some poor Mexican guy who has nothing to do with it. You got the wrong address. Oh, shit. Mistakes like that are going to happen. Was it done with viciousness? No. Was it done on purpose? Obviously not. Things like that are going to happen. But almost 100% of the time, when people are arrested, when people are getting their asses kicked by the cops, when people are getting shot by the cops, they're doing something they're not supposed to be doing. Bottom line. That's why I don't really feel sorry for people when they get struck by the cops unless I know 100% they're innocent. Like the whole Jacob Blake story was bullshit. You know, this guy was an abuser. He allegedly sexually molested a woman. And then he was trying to take the woman's kids away. That's when the cops came over and they shot him. And he was trying to grab a knife in his car. And the cop shot him because he was kidnapping. He was kidnapping a young boy. He was taking a young boy, put the young boy in the vehicle, and then the mother came out screaming, "He's got my boy! He's got my boy!" And this guy was about to drive off. Well, this guy's about to drive off with a kid. Now you have a kidnapping situation. It's not just a case where a criminal is speeding away by himself. He has a child with him. He's putting that child in danger. So now you have several people in danger. You have the child. You have the other officers who are potentially in danger. You have all of these things taking place. All these things are factored in. And so the cop sticks 7 bullets in the back of Jacob Blake. Well, you know what? I really don't give a shit, because there are plenty of people in this world who are just absolute trash. And when they get what's coming, they get what's coming. You know, I really don't give a damn. I really don't give a shit about these people. It's like these stories you hear about, Child Protective Services came and arrested some family, and they took the kids away, and blah blah blah. And then you actually look at the details, and you find out that the house was covered in human shit and animal feces, and there was drugs, there was this, and the house was so freaking messy. It was completely unlivable for any normal human being. And then they say, "Oh, poor parents got the state has no right to take away your children." In certain cases, the state has absolutely the right to take away your freaking children. Don't worry about it, Josh Gibbons. We're just beginning. What about Josip Ray Kerr? Who the hell is Joe? I don't know who the hell that is. Hold on. I have to Google this. That name doesn't sound American, by the way. Rail Kerr. I don't know who. Police officer, it says here. Croatian cop. Well, we're talking about Croatia here. I don't know. Holy moly. I would like to enter Wikipedia, please. Murdered Croatian policeman remembered as champion of, hold on. Dang it. Remembered as champion of peace. Hold on. So for the Croatian guy that wrote this, let's do a screen share, guys. Hold on. Let's do a screen share. We're screen sharing. So let's see who this guy is. 30 years after the assassination of Croatian police officer Josip Rail Kerr, who was trying to prevent conflict erupting between Croats and Serbs in the city of Osijek. His memory is cherished, but suspicions about the circumstances of his murder persist. A month before policeman Josip Rail Kerr was murdered on July 1st, 1991, amid growing tensions in eastern Croatia, he promised that there will be no war between Serbs and Croats in this area. So he was a good guy then. Here's an example of a good police officer. As long as he was the head of the police department in Osijek, Baranja County. Rail Kerr was trying to negotiate peace between local Serb residents in Osijek and the Croatian authorities. After he was killed, full-scale conflict broke out between Croatian forces on the side and the Yugoslav People's Army and rebel Serbs on the other. His hopeful words are still remembered by many people in Croatia who have bitter memories of the 1991 to 95 war, and by those who may not remember the war well but want to preserve memories of the policeman's efforts to prevent the fighting from starting. Drago Hedl, a veteran Croatian journalist who was working for a newspaper in Osijek at the time, recalled how Rail Kerr saw things differently from officials. He was a peacemaker. He was truly a person who had patience and who believed that only through talks and agreement could these tensions be removed and reduced. So he was a good guy. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing. In every single country, you have this, right? In every country, you have the status quo position on something, be it on history, be it on certain political events, be it on certain political opinions. You have this consensus that is conditioned into the society, and everyone is expected to believe it, right? Every single country has this. If you go to Mexico, you got to worship the Aztecs. If you go to the West Bank, you have to believe that the Palestinians are saints. Israel is bad. If you go to Israel, it's Palestinians are bad. Israel is perfect. In the United States, it's Native Americans were victims. White man who came to the New World was evil. Every country has these things, right? In Turkey, it's you have to deny the Armenian genocide, right? In Turkey, the Armenian genocide has to be denied. If you ever affirm that the Armenian genocide took place in Turkey, you will be ostracized by your people. So in the Balkans, it's Croatia. Depending on where you are, it's like one side is evil, right? So if you're in Croatia, it's Serb bad. If you're in Serbia, it's Croat bad. Blah 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 blah. But once in a while, you'll have people who come around and they try to resist this type of status quo. When Jesus was on the earth, the status quo was Romans are bad, Gentiles are bad, Jews perfect. And Jesus came along and said, no, this one Roman soldier that you guys hate, he's actually great. This Roman general, he's actually more righteous than anyone in Jerusalem. The Gentiles, you know what? I want to embrace the Gentiles. This temple that you guys worship so much, it was meant to be built. It was built to be a house of prayer for all nations. You guys have now prostituted it into a place of exploitation and profiteering. You guys have prostituted my Father's temple. Jesus came and he broke the consensus. He broke the status quo. He broke this evil sentiment that was conditioned into the society. He broke it. He broke the fetters of it. He resisted it, and he was killed. This Croatian guy, I've never heard of this man before, but I'm glad that you told me about him because I want to read more about him. I want to read more about Mr. Kerr. He seems like a great guy. Looks like from what I'm reading here that he was trying to break the societal consensus. He was trying to break the societal conditioning. Serbian journalist Milos Vasic expressed similar sentiments in the BBC documentary, etc., etc. Whenever Serbs put up a roadblock, Kerr would drive there, always unarmed. He would open his coat and say, "I'm unarmed." He usually persuaded them to take down the roadblock. Yeah, there were these things that were taking place within Croatia. Noam Chomsky talks about this in his book on the Yugoslav War. I forgot the name of it. But he talks about how within Croatia, there were Serbian nationalists who were working as separatists, who were trying to foment discord, and they were trying to stoke up Serbian nationalism within Serbia. And they were definitely a dangerous element within the country. So, when I look at the Yugoslav conflict, there's always there's a limited number of narratives. There's the Croat narrative, there's the Serb narrative, and then the Bosnians got their own narrative, whatever. But I think the truth is always somewhere in the middle, Were the Serbs these evil barbarians? No, but were there Serbs who did do evil things? Absolutely. Were there Serbian paramilitaries who did atrocities? Absolutely. There's the Albanian narrative, which is Albanian good, Serb bad, but the Albanians did some pretty horrific things as well. Croats did bad things as well. They all did bad things, and they all have their own side to the story. The truth is always somewhere in the middle. This is one thing that I've discovered over time. But yeah, this guy seems pretty cool. See, Kerr upset nationalists on both sides. That's one way I think you can find out if someone is noble, is if they can piss off both sides. If you can piss off, if you just piss off liberals, but the right wing loves you, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're evil or malicious, but it does definitely mean that you're missing a piece in the puzzle, because the right wing also does bad things, and they also teach bad things, and they have bad things within their own movement. If you just piss off the right wing, but liberals love you, you're also doing something wrong, because the liberals also say bad things, preach bad things, and try to advance for bad agendas, obviously. But if you can piss off the liberals and the conservatives, then that means that it doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing something good, because maybe you're a I don't know, maybe you're a full-blooded communist, and liberals don't like you because you have capitalist liberals, and then conservatives don't like you because you're a communist, and then only communists like you. But if you can piss off all sides equally, I would say that that tends to be a good indication that you're well-rounded. Because if I'm pissing off the liberals because I'm against abortion. And of course, it all depends on what you're against specifically, right? So if I'm pissing off the liberals because I'm against abortion and gay marriage and the gay agenda and all these things, obviously that's a good sign. But if I'm pissing off the liberals for those reasons, but then I'm supporting some crazy right-wing extremism, well, there's something missing in your paradigm. There's something missing within your own worldview, or you have some things that are good within your worldview, but you also have some things that are insidious within your worldview. You have to take all these things into account, and it takes time to fully realize this. Some Indian scammer just called me. It takes time to fully come to this realization. It takes time to smooth out the rough edges, as they say. And the thing is that you're never going to have perfect knowledge on everything, right? But there is a time when you can come to a decent place within having awareness as to how both sides are corrupt. You're not going to know everything. No one ever knows everything, but there is such a thing as coming to that place where you have enough of an awareness as to how both sides are corrupt. And I think that's a place that we all should seek. So I'm against the left because the left will promote infanticide, abortion, and they'll promote the agenda of Sodom. Completely against those things. And then the right wing comes along and they want us to hate immigrants, or they want us to hate illegal immigrants. Now, not all the term right wing is kind of relative. It basically means what people think it means, what the general population thinks it means within their own respective country or countries. Because in America, right wing is something different from what it is in Europe. So in America, when we say the right, it could mean just someone who's pro-life. Okay, fine. But it also could mean someone who has vitriol towards certain immigrants, or who wants to stoke up hatred towards illegal immigrants, people who cross the border without documentation. It could also mean people who believe that immigrants or illegal immigrants are overpopulating America and we need to help Mother Earth by getting rid of them. It could mean those things. Now, in Europe, from what I have read, right wing tends to be someone who's more on the ultra nationalistic side. Now, you have to be aware enough to understand what is good and what is bad. If someone is pro-life, that's good. But if someone is stoking up racial tension, obviously that's bad. You have to just take all these things into account. Yeah. Thank you, Covetail. Do you think MLK Jr. is a hero or a bad man? I think MLK did good things in promoting racial equality, but at the same time, I think it's safe to say that he had his own agenda. It's kind of like the people who hate Islam, but they have their own ultra nationalistic agenda. We know for a fact that MLK supported communism. We know for a fact that MLK was a Unitarian. We know for a fact that MLK really, I don't think he really cared so much for his own people. I've never really fully investigated the guy, but I've heard bad things about him. But yeah, did he do good things? Absolutely. But did he have beliefs that were pernicious? Absolutely, yeah. Thank you. Agreed. American cops are the friendliest cops they are. American cops are truly friendly people. Like, they come over, goes, "Hey, sir, can I talk to you? Can I see some ID?" Blah 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 blah. Okay. If you comply with them, they know that you're not a threat. They're gonna leave you alone. If you're gonna sit there and be an asshole and be like, I saw this one video. Oh my god. Hold on. I gotta play this video for you guys. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on a second. Actually, I don't think I'll be able to find it because it's kind of difficult. But there's this video where a guy is in his car and he did some sort of traffic violation. The cops were like, "Okay, you got to get out of the car," and he was refusing. And after like 13 minutes, the cops were like, "Okay, we have zero patience for this guy." And this cop comes out and he says, "Okay, this is what's going to happen. We're going to break your windows, and my Belgium dog, I forgot the name of the breed, my Belgium something, Mosler or whatever, is going to pull you out of the car. 1, 2, 3. They break the dude's window, the car, they open the door, the dog charges in, and all you hear is this guy, oh God, oh God. I thought it was pretty hilarious because the guy completely deserved it. I have been reading on Ustashi lately. That was very uncomfortable. The testimonials are terrifying. I'm very surprised that their leader was sheltered for a while by pro-Nazi. Well, why is that surprising? I mean, if they're pro-Nazi Catholics, then they're going to be supporting other Nazis. Hello, Kofteo. How's everything in France? What do you think about what's going on in Austria? What is going on in Austria? I mean, it's a country. What's going on in Austria, guys? I don't know. I've been too focused on the Rittenhouse case. Austria announces COVID vaccine mandate, crossing a threshold for Europe. Oh, that's weird. Who knows? Maybe the next Adolf Hitler will pop out from Austria and it'll be, they'll use this mandate thing to justify something else. We just need to proceed with caution. Absolutely. We have to be cautious. We can't just believe something indiscriminately. I think the Serbs were better than the Albanians. Absolutely. If I had to pick a side, it would be Serbia. I've been listening for 2 weeks that Albanian UCK song, Send Help. Some of the Albanian nationalist songs are pretty they're pretty they slap, as they say here. I mean, they have a good rhythm. Sebastian Kurz resigned on accounts of corruption. Yes, I know. I think his party or his coalition party was getting involved with the Russians or something. I don't remember exactly. Or I think he was spending state funds. It was something like that. Any thoughts on a bishop in Texas and a bishop or you have to give me some names here. I have no idea what you're talking about. Who's against globalism and other wicked things? I don't know. Who's the priest that's against globalism? Who is this? Who's this priest? Texas priest? Who? Give me some names, guys. You got to help me out here. Luis Uriza. I have no idea what you're talking about. Kyle got liberated right before you began your stream. Coincidence? I don't think so. It's conspiracy, guys. I'm just surprised there's so many Catholics whose fear of communism blinded their judgment and sides with it. Yeah, that's the thing. Some people, they just want to attack communism all day. And they're like, it's communism. Communism, guys. Communism. Communism. It's like, well, communism. Well, there's this one thing I want to mention. Communism. Well, the president made a good point. Communism. Okay, but what about fascism? Oh, let's ignore that. When the reality is that communism, for the most part, is a dead ideology. Whereas things like ultranationalism are becoming more and more prevalent, which means that something like fascism has more of a chance of succeeding than communism does. Bishop Joseph Strickland. Okay, let's look this guy up. Bishop Joseph Strickland. Wait a second here. Bishop Joseph Strickland. Okay, hold on. Bishop Joseph Strickland. Okay. I mean, If he's saying good things, he's saying good things. I mean, he criticized restrictions on the COVID pandemic as creating panic among the world's population with the sole aim of permanently imposing unacceptable forms of restriction on freedoms. Here's the thing. I believe that the COVID restrictions were necessary in the beginning. Truly, they were necessary, guys. That's not bullshit ourselves here. You can't be going to church in the middle of the peak of a pandemic. You can't. You can't be going to church. You're gonna go to church and with no masks on and just go up to church and be like, ah, da, da, and sing your music all day. And then as you're singing, all the viruses are coming out of your mouths and infecting each other and infecting other people, and tons of people get sick. It's like you can't be doing that. So I think that the COVID restrictions were definitely they were necessary. Now, was there some discrimination that took place in certain parts of America? Yes, there was. There was definitely some discrimination that took place against churches later on in the pandemic when some restrictions began to get relaxed and they were allowing people to go to the grocery store, but people who wanted to go to church, like people who wanted to go to a hair salon, they were allowed to go to a hair salon. And the restrictions on things like hair salons were lessened. But then when it came to going to church, they made the restrictions pretty stringent, pretty strict. And they were much more strict for the churches than for other places. And the Supreme Court in the United States declared it to be unconstitutional, and it was absolutely correct. But I think in the beginning, and the Supreme Court supported the restrictions in the beginning, the restrictions on religious observance in the beginning, and I think they were right. But later on, as things began to relax, you could see that there was some discrimination taking place, and the Supreme Court struck that down. But in the beginning, most definitely, the pandemic was like it was really bad, and people needed to sit their asses home. That wasn't a bad thing. Yeah. It says here in September 2020, Strickland endorsed a video by a priest who said, "You cannot be Catholic and be a Democrat." The priest also called climate change a hoax and referred to DACA recipients as criminal illegal aliens. Now, this I disagree with. This isn't right. You can't be sitting there calling. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, DACA is a program saying, okay, it regards immigration and basically saying, okay, if you were a young kid and your parents crossed the border and you were with your parents because they're your parents and you are their child or their son or daughter, and they crossed the border and you were with them, it really wasn't your fault that you were crossing the border because you were following your parents' decisions, right? You were following your parents' desires. And it really isn't your fault. So under the DACA program, these young people, are not considered illegal. They're not considered illegal, and they shouldn't be considered illegal because their parents were the ones who crossed the border with them. It wasn't their fault. And so they've been living in the United States for most of their lives. I mean, for the most part, most of these young people have been living in the US for most of their lives. They speak fluent English. Numerous of them are in the military. Many of these people are involved in churches. They have jobs. They don't have criminal records. These aren't dangerous people. So to sit there and say there are still illegal immigrants, I think is just completely insane. So this Strickland guy is a perfect example of what I mean by someone who can piss off the liberals, but he can't piss off the conservatives because he can't say things that are true, even if it pisses off the conservatives. You know what I mean? I remember there was this SSPX priest, and for those of you who don't know, SSPX priests are not really official priests under the Vatican. They are part of a sort of a Catholic separatist group. They oppose the Pope, and they have all the trappings of the Catholic Church. They have the Mass, and they have the confession. They have all the sacraments and all that. But at the same time, they are schismatics. But I remember there was this SSPX priest that I knew. He was Croatian, and he was extremely right wing, and he hated communism, and that's all he ever talked about was how communism was bad. Communism this and communism that, communism this. So my father asked him one day, how come you never talk about fascism? How come you never talk about Nazism? How come you never talk about the dangers of Holocaust denial? And you know what he told us? You know what this priest told us? He said, if I were to talk about Nazism, half of the congregation would leave, which really indicated to me what I was dealing with at this church. It was full of Nazis. I mean, simple as that. Any thoughts about that clergyman from somewhere and what he said about that thing that happened a while ago someplace? You got to give me some names. You got to give me some names. What's this guy's name? Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigiano, former Vatican ambassador. We all know who this guy is. Vigiano rocks. Yes, he does. I will say Vigiano, I think what he did was absolutely righteous against McCarrick. It's a dead ideology. Pretty orange, strange question, Ted, but is Arab humor similar to Jewish humor? Or is it totally something different? I'm actually not entirely. I think that Middle Eastern humor or Arab humor is funnier than Jewish humor. Middle Eastern people, for the most part, are a very humorous people. This is where I think the Jews got it from. I think they got it from their own Semitic history. Palestinian people are extremely funny people. They're very funny people. I knew this guy. He was Palestinian, and I remember we went to this guy's land in Bakersfield, California. This guy had enough guns to start a local war. I'm not exaggerating. This guy was armed to the freaking teeth. Okay. This Palestinian guy was like, this guy is crazy, man. I was laughing. The way it was like he had a comment for everything. And I remember this white guy woke up at like 7 a.m. or like 6:45 in the morning or something and started shooting his gun in the air. And this Palestinian guy's like, this guy is effing crazy, man. He is insane. It was just so funny. It's just the way that he said it, you know? I remember he warned us. He's like, these people will hurt you. I'm telling you right now, they will hurt you. They're crazy fanatics. It's just the way he talked. And then I remember one time he said, we told him, hey, we're going to go shoot guns. We're going to go shoot targets. And he said, are we going to go hunting for an animal? No. Waste of time. COVID was, is, and will always be fake and gay. The Kyle Rittenhouse case proves nobody has faith in the police force anymore. If the police departments do not do their job and stop rioting, there's going to be 100 more Kyle Rittenhouse's incidents. I think the cops did try. It was just very difficult to stop. It's very difficult to stop a riot unless you use deadly force all the time. But the Rittenhouse wasn't stopping a riot. Rittenhouse was defending himself. That's why he got innocent. That's why he was found innocent. Thank you, Steak Bake. Yeah, they're kind of in a limbo situation. At one point in time, Pope Francis said that their sacraments were legitimate for a temporary amount of time. I don't know exactly what the status is now, but they're not completely separate from the church. It's like they're schismatics, but they still have some kind of relationship. It's kind of like a guy who's separate from his wife, but he's not divorced. That's kind of the relationship between the Vatican and the SSPX. Catholic light. The Italian communist Antonio Gramsci understood that you couldn't infiltrate the church with full-on communism because every Italian was united around under the church. Yeah, you got to mix it with something. Yeah, Middle Eastern people do that in their weddings. I don't know why. I never, honest to God, guys, I really don't even like weddings. Any wedding, regardless of the culture. I never really liked weddings. I think weddings are annoying. You go to a wedding and you see the guy with the tuxedo and he's dancing with his friends and they're all happy. You see this in American weddings, but you see this also in Eastern European weddings. I mean, they just go crazy, drinking and the dancing. And the women got their little women have their dresses on. They're all and everybody's just dancing and having a good time. And I'm like, what are you guys celebrating for? You're gonna be miserable for the rest of your lives together. You're gonna be fighting and arguing and despising one another constantly. And then you're gonna have children, and that's gonna make it even worse because the kid is now in the way. And then you're gonna have a dog together. And when you get a divorce, you're gonna be fighting who's gonna own the dog. Champ belongs to me. He's my dog. What is the purpose, guys? What is the purpose? I don't. I've been to a couple of weddings in my life. Never liked them. Never saw the appeal for them. What's the point? They're just gonna be miserable anyway. I don't know. A wedding and a funeral are I guess, are almost synonymous. One is a figurative death and one is a literal death. Did you watch Dune? I have not. I am waiting for The Matrix to come out. That is what I'm waiting for, guys. Who's waiting for The Matrix to come out? I'm waiting for I am so waiting for The Matrix to come out. As soon as I saw Carrie Ann Moss in the trailer, I said, "Oh my god, I gotta watch this." I had a fanboy moment like you wouldn't believe. He doesn't like a sacrament. I don't understand. I'm not talking about a sacrament. I'm talking about the actual wedding. Like everyone's celebrating and dancing. You guys should be sad. They should be sad. Oh God, we're getting married. The only reason why we're doing it is because of societal pressure. Believe it or not, people get married because of societal pressure. I think that's ridiculous, but I guess it's okay because it makes. I guess it's good because it guarantees that people that more humans are going to be born in a within a within an orderly context. Dune is sci-fi with jihad aesthetics and story. Okay, oh god, I'm afraid to watch the film because I'm afraid that I'll become a fan of it, and then I become like one of these guys. Dude, man, dude. I'm waiting for the Matrix to come out. I am waiting for the Matrix. Who here remembers the Matrix? Who here remembers the Matrix? Who saw the Matrix? Matrix Reloaded, the first Matrix, Matrix Revolutions. Who saw the Matrix? Who's a fan of the Matrix? I remember seeing the Matrix as a very young person. I was like, when I saw the first Matrix, I was maybe like 9 or 10 years old, maybe 8 years old. I don't remember. And then I saw The Matrix Reloaded when it came out in the theater when I was living in California, and that movie just blew my freaking mind like you wouldn't believe. I saw the Merovingian and the car chase scene and the twins, and when Trinity shoots the arm of the twin and the twin comes out and heals himself, and he's like, just like new. And then he meets the architect, and the architect is telling him about Zion. What I loved about the film was that it wasn't just an action movie. It was a philosophical film that was full of depth, and it had its own universe, and people were making interpretations of what the film actually meant. And it was just a fascinating fictional universe to get yourself into. It was very immersive. I enjoyed all the Matrix films. I enjoyed Matrix Reloaded the most. To this day, that is my favorite Matrix film. Matrix Revolution is my least favorite film, although I still enjoyed it, but it's my least favorite of the three. I watched the Animatrix. I read pretty much all the comic books that came out at the time. I was a Matrix fanatic. I loved the Matrix, and I loved the philosophical depth that the film had. You know, what was Zion? Where exactly was Zion located? It's like it's in the world, but where is it located? Right? I think that Zion is just Israel in the actual Matrix film. I think Zion is basically the what was left of Israel after the war between man and machine. And the reason why I say that is because in the Matrix Revolutions, and now we're getting into film fanery here, but in the Matrix Revolutions, when Neo and Trinity go to the machine world to basically negotiate a peace of some sort, Matrix Matrix Neo and Trinity travel to the machine city, which is actually called 01. Because when you watch when you watch the film, the short anime film, The Second Renaissance, which is a horrifying movie, by the way, don't watch it. But when you watch that film, it tells you about the history of the Machine City, and it says that there was a city called Zero One, and the machines built it in Arabia. So when Neo and Trinity are traveling to the Machine City, I think it's safe to say that they're somewhere within the Middle East because they have to go to the Machine City, which is in Saudi Arabia. So when Neo goes to the machine world, he's actually in Saudi Arabia. That's where he is. Like geographically, he is in what was once Saudi Arabia. So where is Zion? It's somewhere in the Middle East. If I had to guess, I would say it's in Israel somewhere. That's my theory about it. So basically, the movie has all these like biblical inspirations. You can see it where and yeah, I think that comes from a Jewish influence because the directors, I'm pretty sure, are Jewish, and they were definitely influenced by. There was definitely a lot of biblical influence in the film. So you have Zion versus the Machine City, which is in Arabia. And then you have the idea that Neo is the one that humanity has been waiting for. There's just a whole bunch of stuff in the movie that's fascinating. Dune, I never really got into it. I'm not sure how much of an immersive universe it is. Dune is hetero. As a kid, Matrix 1. I know they're different, but which one would you say is better? Okay, I know Star Wars is probably the biggest sci-fi film ever. If you guys had to pick Star Wars or The Matrix or Dune, okay, which of the three would you choose? Yeah, we're going down memory lane here. Once a long, long time ago. When I saw the trailer for the Matrix that's coming up, I was like, "Oh my god, this better be awesome." And I loved how they show Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss. They meet in a cafe, and then I think Carrie-Anne Moss says something like, "Have we met before?" And then you have this like 1970s drug music playing in the back, like one pill makes you stronger and the other whatever. I mean, it's just really interesting. It was a well done trailer, and then some woman leads Neo somewhere, and then boom, there's this sudden shift in the tune and the octave of the song, and it's like, uh yeah, it's just interesting. It was very well done. I saw it some years ago. My dad was a fan. I always found it a bit meh. Chopo, how old are you, by the way? I'm interested to know because it looks like your dad liked it. I'm wondering what's the generational distance between you and I, because I loved The Matrix. The fact that your dad liked it, maybe he's somewhere in the 40s. I don't know. But how old are you? The Matrix was made by two males, and I know. Well, that didn't happen until later on, though. But it doesn't take away from the fact that the film has a lot of creativity put into it. Ignore the pagan inspiration of The Matrix. It still has one of the best action. Zion is located near the core of the Earth, but it's still. Hold on, but Zion is built underneath the ground. But where on the Earth is it? That's the thing. Also, Matrix, which authors claims is an analogy for transgenderism. I think that was said later on, though. I think that was said later on because they're jumping on a trend. They never said that back in the 90s. They never said that after Reloaded and Revolutions came out. I don't see how it's connected to transgenderism. I think that came out later. It's kind of like how I think it was the author of Harry Potter said that Dumbledore was gay, but she said that way later when it became a trend. So I'm not sure how much I should trust that. Are there an overwhelming amount of film movies, or could I catch up over a week? You could definitely catch up over a weekend. There's 3 movies. It doesn't take that long. Now, if you want to watch the Animatrix, which I highly do not recommend you do, then it's gonna add some more time. But when I was in high school, at junior high, I was a fanatic about The Matrix. Watched that damn movie I watched those 3 films numerous times, especially Reloaded. I watched The Animatrix, read the comic books, looked at the commentary. I just went full on Matrix mode. It's full of Gnostic ideas. Sure, it doesn't take away from the fact that it's a well done and well directed movie. What's the future of Christian? I mean, just hold on a second. It's like, okay, you want to pick on the Matrix? Let's pick on Lord of the Rings. It's full of wizards and magic. Are you still going to watch Lord of the Rings? Why do my eyes hurt? Oh, yeah, I love that. Because you've used them for the first time in your life. Yep. Star Wars? Oh, God. Come on, dude. Star Wars is... What is so great about Star Wars? It's so annoying. You got a bunch of guys walking around with lightsabers or whatever, and then weird alien creatures that are like... You got the robot thing. How is it? I don't know. What is so great about Star Wars? There's nothing cozy about it. There's not this, it doesn't have this cozy intellectual feeling. It's just a bunch of people with lightsabers. Anakin, don't go that way, Anakin. Where's Anakin? Anakin. There was that little boy that played Anakin, and then he just vanished. Whatever happened to the actor? Like, he played in one of the biggest films ever, and then poof, no interest in movies. I feel sorry for you. It's like saying you have no interest in music. The Matrix shows how the Trinity is very much possible. The Matrix is God. The Matrix chooses to become man and appear in the Matrix, the spirit. I don't know. That's your interpretation. Dune, Matrix, Star Wars. Oh, okay, you got a better opinion than Cove Teo over there. I've never seen Dune, so I can't judge it. But I've heard that Dune has some really beautiful shots. That's what I heard. They discovered an old song played. Yeah, I know it's from the 70s, but they did a better job in rendering the song. Star Wars prequels all the way. Okay. Yeah, you never used them before. I remember that. Hello, Sotiris Pagonis. Hello. I'm in my 20s. My dad is hopefully in a better place. Oh, okay. Sorry to hear about that. When you saw The Matrix, how old were you? You played the Matrix video. Of course I played the Matrix video game. Enter the Matrix. I played that damn game probably 50 times. When I was like, how old was I when the game came out? Let me think. Maybe like 13. Hold on. When did this game come out? Let's do a screen share. Wait. Enter the Matrix. Let's see. One of the greatest video games ever freaking made was Enter the Matrix. For some reason, I can't enter Wikipedia on this damn computer. I don't know what's going on. Enter the Matrix came out in 2003, so I was probably 13. What month did it come out? Came out in May. Okay, so I was 12 when it came out, getting close to 13. One of the greatest games ever. I absolutely love this game. I look at it now and it looks so cheap, but at that time, man, at that time in the early 2000s, those graphics were considered just perfect. They were considered absolutely perfect. But yeah, that game was a lot of fun. You got into the post office in the beginning. You were playing Ghost or Niobe, and you went to the post office. You fought the police officers, and you fought the SWAT team, and you were trying to get this package. And then you get into a car. And there's a car chase level, and it was a beautiful. And the music, like that music in the beginning, that music was so good. It was like. And then there was this one side level that you could do in the game where you could hack a computer. Like they would, in a way, they were almost teaching you computer programming in this game because you had to hack the computer and you kind of had to figure out how to hack it. So you go on the computer, you type in dir, and you find different files, and eventually you break in and you break the system in the game. And it was a very well done game. The beautiful thing about the game was that it was long. It was there are some short games that I do like. for example, I would say Resident Evil 8 was a relatively short game, even though it had probably like 11 to 12 hours of gameplay, depending on how slow or fast you were playing the game. So I wouldn't say it was a super quick game, but there are some games that are so damn short. Like, for example, the newest Battlefield games or the newest Call of Duty games, um, the latest Modern Warfare games. These games are super short, and if you put your mind to it, you could probably beat these games in 4 hours. You could probably pick up a modern day shooting game and beat it in 4 hours. Now, these games have very high production value. The graphics are impeccable in some of these modern day games. In some of these recent games, graphics are impeccable. It's like you're watching a film, but it becomes too much of a cinematic experience and less of a video game, and you end up beating the game in 4 or 5 hours. And it's just way too short. A game should be immersive. It should be an experience that you get yourself entrenched in. Perfect example of a game that has really good production, but is a long video game that's very immersive is Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. Those games were very long, and they were very immersive, and you got yourself invested into the story. They made sure that you were going to get invested into the characters. With Enter the Matrix, it was also a very long game. In fact, Enter the Matrix was so long, it required 2 discs to play the game. Like, it was a long ass game. And you started out in the post office, and there was the car chase, and then you end up in the sewers, and you had to fight through the sewers, and then from the sewers you went to, I don't remember, from there you went from the sewers, you went to, I think you went to the Merovingians mansion, the castle. From the castle there was the car chase, and then from the car chase you ended up in the giant power plant, and then from there you ended up, I don't remember exactly. It's a long ass game, and it was long. Like Resident Evil 4 was one of the longest games ever. Very long game, and it was immersive. You got, and in order to make, you can't really invest into characters in a 4-hour video game. It's like trying to invest your mind in a character in a really short film. It's difficult to do that. But when you watch a movie that's long enough, or when you play a video game that's long enough, it's almost like it forces your brain to become invested in the characters. And of course, there's other factors that play into this. The intricacies of the character's personality definitely play a role in this, and you have to kind of figure out more of the character, or there are certain aspects of the game that make you think about who this character is, where does he come from, and then the story begins to flesh itself out. It begins to unravel itself naturally. So naturally, you begin to learn more about these characters, and that's where the magic of the art comes from. Yeah, I know Rittenhouse was acquitted. Absolutely, the mob did not win. That's one thing that worried me the most about the Rittenhouse situation, was that the mob did not win. And one thing that I was worried about was getting another George Floyd situation where, yeah, in the George Floyd situation, the cop was found guilty and blah blah blah, and now he's going to serve a whole long ass prison sentence, which is bullshit. I think that the cop who arrested George Floyd, Chauvin, I don't. He should have gotten some kind of sentence, because it's like, okay, the guy's on his stomach. He's the hands are behind his back. He's handcuffed. Like, he's not going to go anywhere, right? To put the knee on the back of the neck, obviously it was excessive. Did that kill him? I think it was a mixture of two things. I think it was a mixture of the stress of being arrested, and it was the drugs, the fentanyl that was in his system. If he did not have fentanyl in his system, he would have survived. That's what the guy who did the autopsy on Floyd's body said. And they call it the coroner. I think that's what they call it. The coroner said that really the fentanyl is what pushed him to his death, where the fentanyl really drove his heart rate up to a very dangerous rate, and then the stress of the arrest just pushed him off the edge. That's not the problem of the police officer. The problem of the police officer is to arrest the suspect. He was arrested. It's possible that if the knee did not touch him, that they just left him there. It's also possible that he could have died in that incident, just from the stress. I'm not entirely certain, but I think that the idea of painting Chauvin as this like evil cop that just wanted to kill him, I don't think that was the case. But I was worried that the jury in Kenosha would be concerned about a riot, and so they thought, I was worried that they would think, oh, we'll just declare this guy guilty so that we can prevent a riot. That's not what happened. Justice was served, and yeah, 2 scoundrels were taken out. You know, Rosenbaum was a scoundrel, and I don't feel sorry for him at all, and I'm glad that he's no longer amongst us. So that's what I have to say. I hope there's no rioting taking place in Kenosha. I hope no riots happen. Yeah. I'm looking at the news here. It says that there's some riots taking place in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam. Let's check this out. Hold on a second, guys. Share. Let's do a screen share. What's going on in the Netherlands? Rotterdam shaken by riots over planned coronavirus curbs. Riot police clash with stone-throwing rioters in the Dutch port city after hundreds gathered to oppose stricter anti-coronavirus measures. Police said at least 2 people were wounded after warning shots were fired. Demonstration with several hundred people in the Netherlands' second largest city turned violent Friday evening, with rioters setting fire to cars and clashing with riot police. Police said they fired water cannons and warning shots to disperse rioters. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to have to change my sound preferences. Internal speakers. Let's see. That's crazy. That's one thing that always worries me about Europe, guys, is the fanaticism can take a very, very ugly route, and you could end up with some kind of fascist government. Because so many people in the Netherlands hate the COVID restrictions, that maybe in the next election they're going to vote for somebody who's like completely an extremist on the opposite side, though. That could actually happen. I've noticed that one thing that the coronavirus restrictions have done is they've pushed people more and more into fanaticism. More and more people are becoming favorable towards fascist or ultra-nationalistic parties. For example, in the Netherlands, there is a party called the Forum for Democracy Party, which is a party that's like, it's a party full of politicians who actually believe in eugenics, and they're growing in popularity. I mean, they've been growing in popularity since 2017, when they won 1 seat in the Dutch parliament. And then in 2019, they were the most dominant party in the regional elections. And now they're growing in popularity. They're still growing in popularity, and they are marketing themselves as an anti-COVID lockdown party. So it looks like they're going to be gaining more and more politically. And so that's one thing that worries me about the coronavirus restrictions, is that it could push people off the edge. And they're going to vote for some kind of political fanatics. Yeah, who knows? Judging by the lore, one of the holes that lead to Zion are indeed near the mid. Yeah, of course, because 0-1 is in Saudi Arabia, and Neo and Trinity go to the 0-1, which is in Saudi Arabia. So there's somewhere within the Middle East. If I had to guess, it would be maybe Israel, maybe Iraq. The Pope doesn't hold a cross and a Bible. He holds the Black Book of Communism. Okay, buddy. Lord of the Rings is Catholic? Maybe it is, because since the Catholic Church has accepted pagan religions, maybe the Lord of the Rings is Catholic because it's full of witchcraft. So I guess so. I've seen Catholics who definitely sympathize with witchcraft and paganism. I met a nun actually years ago who definitely sympathized with the occult and witchcraft in Italy. So maybe you got a point. Maybe the Lord of the Rings is Catholic in the sense that, yeah, that it's full of witchcraft and wizards and elves and all that Scandinavian stuff. So yeah, maybe you got a point. I love The Matrix. So do I. It's a great film, a great story, very creative. I thought communism was red and not black. And Islam is green, by the way. Palpatine makes Star Wars great. I have no idea. Who's Palpatine? Who the hell is Palpatine? Palpatine. Oh, that guy, that crazy. He's like, he looks like Pope Benedict. Have you seen the Home Alone films? Of course I have. Those are classics. Probably the funniest scene in the Home Alone universe is when the guy gets electrocuted and he's like, and he starts screaming and you can see his skeleton. And then the pigeons attack him in the end. And the pigeons are like biting his balls. He's screaming. It's so funny. Gets me every time. Star Wars is the blue pill. Agreed. I'm more of a Trekkie. What's Trekkie? Star Wars has Wookiees. Wookiees are, yeah. Those aren't entertaining though. Those are just annoying. Like you got the. It's not entertaining. It's not entertaining, guys. Aesthetics and cool setting. Matrix is homosexual aesthetics, pretentious and intellectually bankrupt. Star Wars has no aesthetics at all, dude. It's a bunch of people with robes with the lightsabers. The Matrix actually has good music and it has this sort of dark atmosphere that kind of pulls you in. It has more of a, the Matrix has more of a retro aesthetic to it. Gay, I'm not entirely sure because in the Matrix Revolutions, when Trinity and Morpheus confront the Merovingian, like, yeah, it looks pretty gay in the party scene, but they're the bad guys. Like the gay looking dudes are the bad guys in the Matrix Revolution. So you can't really use that argument too well. Red pill. I completely agree. Is that the heckin' red pill and arrow chicken? What? Favorite Resident Evil game? I want to just go with Resident Evil 4 because that was the game that made Resident Evil good. Like Resident Evil to me wasn't good until Resident Evil 4 came out. And then later, and then the other games were good. The successive games were good. And then they made the Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 remakes, which were excellent. Excellent. I think, and I don't blame people for really liking the first Resident Evils because that was new. That was novel in those days. So in those days, the experience was different because I started playing video games later on. And the people who started playing the original Resident Evils, they were, they're older than me. So they came from a different time, slightly different time period than mine. And so they were used to Pac-Man and they were used to Pong. So when they see this zombie game for the first time, as pixely as it looks, it at that time, it looked amazing. Just like when I first played Medal of Honor Frontline on the GameCube, at that time, it was an amazing game because I never saw anything like it. So it was novel to me. And because it was novel, it looked amazing in my perspective. Now, when I look at games like Medal of Honor Frontline or Enter the Matrix, I'm like, damn, it looks pretty pixely looking and the graphics aren't too great. It's like when I first played The World Is Not Enough on N64. Like at that time, the game seemed amazing. So I can understand why people are nostalgic for the early Resident Evils. But the first Resident Evil game that I ever played was Resident Evil 4. And to me, that game was awesome. Completely amazing. Now, when I look at it, I'm like, it looks kind of cheap, but still, it's a good game. But then I played the Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes. I'm like, wow, these games are amazing. And I think that they were trying to still capture the feeling that you would have gotten if you were to play the original Resident Evils in a recent context. So I really liked Resident Evils 2 and 3, the remakes. But I really, really loved Resident Evil Revelations 2. I think that game was good, really good, actually. And I think that didn't get the credit that it deserved. So if I had to make a decision, favorite Resident Evil game of all time, that's a tough one. I really just want to say Resident Evil 4. So I would say best Resident Evils. Resident Evil 4 would be on the top, and then Resident Evil Revelations 2 would be number 2, and then Resident Evil 8 would be on number 3. Number 4, I would say, would be Resident Evil Revelations 1. Really enjoyed it. And then number 5, I would say would be Resident Evil 7. I think Resident Evil 7 was really good. Number 6, I would say would be Resident Evil Revelations 1, or Resident Evil 5 was also good. So yeah, that's how I would list it. I like your profile pic, by the way. Are you a Thai boxer? Obviously, us Balkanites have superior opinions to the American. Biden is Emperor Palpatine. Okay. Yeah, sure. You guys give Biden way too much credit. Way too much credit, guys. Come on. He's not that intelligent. He's the Antichrist. He's Adolf Hitler. He's the Stalin. He's not that smart. Okay, he's not as smart as those guys. He's just an old guy that they're using as a face for the American government. That's all he is. Which game? The playable Asian character in which game? Enter the Matrix. It's Ghost, I think. Take your time, Robbie. Your favorite games, Ted? Mine are Doom Eternal, Dark Souls 3, Star Wars. Oh, okay. Favorite games. Man, that's a tough one because I played so many good games. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys my favorite games of all time, but they're not gonna be. They're not necessarily in this order. I'm not ranking them. Okay, I'm just giving you the titles. Okay, Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, amazing games. The Resident Evil series is amazing, especially Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil Revelations 2, Resident Evil 8, great games. I loved Far Cry 5. That was one of the best games I've ever played. It was such an immersive video game. And I love the idea of fighting a cult. And the way that they depicted the cult in Far Cry 5 was scarily accurate. Okay. Scarily accurate. What else is there? I loved Sleeping Dogs. That was a great game. What else? I loved Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein: The Old Blood is my favorite Wolfenstein game, but I did enjoy The New Order. I did actually enjoy the latest Wolfenstein game. I forgot what the name of it was, but it was when you play BJ Blazkowicz's two daughters. I think that was actually a good game. It kind of got shat on by the critics because it's a little corny, but who really cares? Like, I think it was a decent game. I love the idea of fighting fascist. I really enjoyed Battlefield's. Was it Battlefield Zero, where you played in World War One? I had never seen a World War One game until Battlefield came up with that game, and I thought it was really awesome. And I really appreciated how they allowed you to fight the Ottomans. Like, you weren't just fighting the Germans, because when people talk about World War One, it's always like the Germans, and obviously why? Because the Germans were the big dog in the Axis alliance, the Axis coalition. But no one ever really brings up the Ottoman Empire. So I appreciated that aspect of the game where you could fight against the Ottomans. And they gave you the perspective of the Anzacs and the Australian troops who fought the Ottomans. Yeah, I really enjoyed Medal of Honor, Frontline on the GameCube. That was a great game. What else is there? I liked a lot of the Modern Warfare games. I didn't like the latest. I didn't like the Modern Warfare game where you fight in space. I think that was just annoying and kind of nauseating, actually. But yeah, they were all great games. All of them were great games. What's the name of the game where you play as a hacker? Show Dog. What's it called? That was a good game. I forgot the name of it. What's the name of this game? Video game where you play a hacker. Dogs? What's it called? Watch Dogs. I think I played the first Watch Dogs. I think that was a decent game. Outriders, that was a decent game. But man, yeah, those have been my favorite games over the years. I enjoyed Metroid Prime on the GameCube. I played that when I was in high school, junior high actually. That was a good game. Super Smash Brothers, Mario Kart 64 was a very fun game. Mario Tennis on the N64 and on the GameCube, those were fun, very fun games. Yeah. Star Wars. What's going on with my English? It's declining. Star Wars can be awesome if they don't rely on much on the. I don't even care about Star Wars. But we don't. Do you know what's more cringe than Star Wars? Freaking Star Trek. Who the hell watches that garbage? Who here watches Star Trek? It's like the corniest show ever. You got some black guy with big old sunglasses, and you got the old guy on a wheelchair, bald headed, and they're all dressed up like they're a member of some cult, and they're just in outer space talking about stuff. And it's just so boring. You got weird alien looking faces, and it's so stupid. And people are like, "I love Star Trek, guys." I remember as a kid, we used to go to this pizzeria, and they had this big screen TV in the pizzeria, and they would almost always they'd play freaking Star Trek, and it was like you're trying to eat your pizza, and you see some alien face on the screen. Like, who the hell wants to watch that garbage? I need to watch The Matrix now. Hopefully, they are on Netflix or Pico. Dude, they're probably on YouTube. Those movies are so old. Real Montenegrins don't take either pill. The only pill you guys eat is the Chivapi, okay? I hate politically correct Star Wars. That's another thing. That's another thing. People get too caught up into this. They're like, "Oh, did you see the new James Bond movie? Yeah, it's full of woke politics." And it's made by freaking Hollywood. Why are you so shocked by this? Like, this should not be surprising. They in one of the recent James Bond movies with Daniel Craig, they basically implied that Craig was some kind of a homosexual. They're basically implying that. There's a scene where Daniel Craig's Bond is strapped on a chair, and then they have Javier Bardem's character, who's the villain, come up to him, and Javier Bardem like touches Bond's thighs, which is disturbing. And then Bond is like, "You think this is my first time?" It's like, I remember sitting in the theater years ago and watching that. I'm like, "What the fuck is this?" I was like disturbed by that, you know. And I'm thinking that's the last shit Bond film I'm gonna watch. I don't give a shit about those Bond films. The best James Bond movies are the ones with Pierce Brosnan. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I loved GoldenEye. I think that GoldenEye was the best Bond movie. I liked Tomorrow Never Dies. I even enjoyed The World's Not Enough. Now, Die Another Day, that film was kind of a joke because it was just ridiculous, like Pierce Brosnan skiing down a mountain or something. But and then you got a Korean guy who gets plastic surgery and he looks 100% British. Like, come on, that's bullshit. But I liked GoldenEye. I liked Die Another Day, Tomorrow Never Dies, especially Tomorrow Never Dies. I would say Tomorrow Never Dies was my favorite Bond film. I enjoyed Tomorrow Never Dies. I loved Elliot Carver, the evil media mastermind who's trying to manipulate the British and the Chinese to go to war with each other. That was a really creative story because there are people in the media, there are people on the internet, big, influencers that are always bitching about China. It's like, well, what are you trying to do? Oh, you want to spark a war with the Chinese, just like Elliot Carver and Tomorrow Never Dies. Like, Tomorrow Never Dies, I would say it had a realistic villain, because you may watch Tomorrow Never Dies and you may think, oh, this is unrealistic. This guy starts a media company and he's trying to manipulate the British into going to war with the Chinese. That is possible. Like, wars could be started, could be commenced, could be sparked based off of false propaganda. Absolutely. What the hell do you call the Iraq War but a war that was justified with false propaganda? Saddam Hussein has an American sniper as a prisoner. That was a lie. Saddam Hussein, nuclear weapons. That was a lie. And the guy, one of our main sources for justifying the Iraq War, I forgot his name, but he was an Iraqi scam artist who scammed the Bank of Jordan. Like, no joke. The guy was a complete scam artist. But that was one of our biggest sources. Shalabi, I think his last name was some Iraqi scam artist that the neocons were using as a source. It's absolutely possible. I would say that out of all the bad guys in the Bond universe, Elliot Carver is definitely one of the most realistic villains ever. And I liked Tomorrow Never Dies. I loved the action sequences in Tomorrow Never Dies and the big German, Austrian, whatever he was, sadist who's like, I want to torture you. I want to break my record. My biggest record is 4 days. I wish to break it. Like, it was a well done movie. And then they have the guy who's an assassin and he's trying to kill Pierce Brosnan's James Bond. And he's like, I am a professional assassin, Mr. Bond. I could shoot you from Stuttgart and still get away with it. Like, it was, it was, and then Pierce Brosnan's about to kill this guy. And he's like, wait, wait, it was only a job. So is mine. Boom, and kills it. It was, but you know what's superior to the James Bond universe is the Bourne universe. I loved Bourne Identity, Bourne Ultimatum. Like, these were all really good films. Yeah. Try Silent Hill. It's very good, especially Silent Hill 2. I watched some of the walkthroughs on YouTube. It doesn't, I don't know. It kind of reminds me of an old school Resident Evil game. Most people just play online multiplayer on Battlefield. Yeah, I know, but it's like, where's the fun? I want to see a good story, you know? Just watch them for free on the web. Exactly, dude. They're old ass movies. Nobody cares. You can probably find The Matrix for free on YouTube. LGBTQ Star Wars sucks as well. Palpatine is creepy as hell. The Dark Lord of the Sith has been the same guy conning his appreciates, possessing them, taking their mind, body, and soul, all for himself to add to the power of the Sith. That is fascinating. That's a fascinating concept. Kind of reminds me of the mold in Resident Evil 8. The mold possesses you and it controls your consciousness. RDR2 is like 50 hours. I love Westerners. It was a must. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 was most definitely a masterpiece of a film. You have Arthur and you're going through this whole story and you start out in the mountains and then you go to the city, you go to the downtown area and you do this and you do that and you fight all these bad guys and you fight all these different weirdos and you explore the whole world and it just hours and hours and hours of gameplay. And then you play the other guy. What was his name? John. Was it John? I think I forgot his name. But you play the other guy near the end of the game and then you get married in the game and you have to fight for your house because your house gets hit by Dutch's gang. But then, you know, in the midst of all that intensity, all the drama, you have that beautiful scene where Dutch is talking to Arthur, and he's like, "It's about faith, Arthur. It's about faith." I'm like, "Damn, this is better than any movie." Wonderfully done video game, absolute masterpiece. Who's excited for Elden Ring? That actually looks like a pretty decent game. I haven't played it though. Because Australia is an island, so it's more difficult to control such disasters because everything is imported. A lot of things are imported in Australia, which is why Australia is a very expensive country to live in. It's kind of like Hawaii. I think Hawaii had some of the most, if not the most strict COVID restrictions in the US. It's obviously why, because it's an island, dude. If you're a small little island, you're not connected to anything else. So it's going to be difficult to control something so crazy and so wild as a pandemic. It's like the difference between if Texas were invaded, or the difference between if Texas were invaded or if Hawaii was invaded. You know, if Hawaii was invaded, Hawaii's up the shit creek. Okay, if Texas gets invaded, okay, we can call in reinforcements from Oklahoma. Texas would be able would be able to handle itself because of the fact that it's connected to the rest of the country. That's the difference. Sister, I Am, if I can find it on Netflix or Peacock, that's all I have right now. The Star Wars movie is an attempt by the devil to convince us that his ugly his ugly world is cute. I don't know. Do you know what's a film that I think tries to make evil super attractive is Hannibal. The Hannibal films are truly, truly grotesque. I do not like the Hannibal films. I do not watch them. I refuse to watch them. They make Hannibal this. He's a cannibal. He's Hannibal the cannibal, and he is eating a man's brains and then listening to Bach. And he not only kills people, but he cooks them in a very sophisticated way. He cooks the human flesh as if he's cooking like filet mignon, as if he's cooking a really fancy steak, a really fancy dinner. And he drinks it with wine and the fava beans and this and that. It makes cannibalism almost artistic. And in principle, I hate those films. I think they're grotesque. I think they're evil. I think that they are just absolutely diabolical. I do not like those films. Do not like them, and I see no interest in them. You played Among Us, Ted? Cursed question. I know I have not played Among Us. Hold on. What is that a zombie game? Among Us? Oh, I have never played this garbage, nor will I ever play this garbage. What is so interesting about this game? It's the 80 Years' War yet again. Dutch language it's not, I wouldn't say it's ugly. It's interesting to listen to. It's almost like English, but it still has this almost Middle Eastern sound to it. Like there's a lot of ha 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 ha. What I have heard is that Dutch is basically what German used to be. So German and Dutch are definitely two languages that are related. But Dutch is essentially what German used to be before it got fully influenced by Latinization. And I think what Latinization did was it sort of smoothed out the German language and to where there's no longer the ha 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 ha. But the word Dutch literally means German, like Deutschland. What does Deutsch mean? German. Dutch, it literally means German. So the Dutch people really are Germans. I mean, they're the same people as those in Germany. But when you listen to that Dutch language, it has almost a Middle Eastern sound to it. And I think that indicates its own ancientness. It has a more, it's a language that has preserved, I believe, the older character of the Germanic language. That's my theory. Finally, the Europeans get some courage. Finally, everyone always says that. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get a drink, guys. Hold on. Okay, guys. Okay. To celebrate Germany, and to celebrate 1,000 subs, I got this bottle, expensive bottle of German beer. This is called Weihenstephaner. Weihenstephaner, and it's some kind of German beer. Let me see here. Hold on. I got myself. Yeah. I got myself a cup here to put it in because I don't want to just drink this giant bottle. But let's open it up and let's do a taste test. It wasn't that expensive. It was like $4 for this big bottle of German beer. It says here that it has a picture of what appears to be a pope. Weihenstephaner. Weihen. And it says here that it is brewed under the purity law of 1516. So this is some pretty serious stuff, guys. Let me get this comment out of the way. So let's look at the color of the beer. Let's do a little beer snobbery. So we got here a golden dark color. Actually, it's not very golden at all. It almost looks like Coca-Cola. It's a dark color, which I'm guessing is because they roasted the barley, which is very common in German beers. Let's give it a taste. Wow. Sweet. It tastes like a traditional German lager or beer. Sweet. There's definitely a deep almost chocolatey sweetness to it. I like it. I like it, guys. I like it. That's good stuff, man. It's almost like a soda pop. It's sweet. I noticed the Germans, they like the sweetness. They like sweet beer, the Germans. I noticed that Mediterranean people, Greeks, Italians, when I was in Italy, I tried almost all the different Italian beers. I tried Perotti, Incusa. I tried these big Italian beers. And one thing I noticed that they all tasted the same. They all tasted the same, but they weren't sweet. The Italian beers weren't sweet. And then a couple of weeks ago, I went to a Greek restaurant and they had Greek beer. And I got a bottle of the Greek beer and I tasted it. And I noticed that it tasted the same as the Italian beer. And when you try Mexican beers, be it Corona, Modelo, Dos Equis, Sol, whatever, Tecate, when you try all these Mexican beers, they all taste like Mediterranean beer. Italian beer, Greek beer, Israeli beer, Mexican beer, they all taste the same. They all literally taste the same. And they don't taste sweet. Things like Mexican beer, Greek beer, Italian beer, they don't taste sweet. They're very light flavored. And that's one thing I notice about Mediterranean people. In Mexico, Mexicans are very Mediterranean in their background because a lot of these people in Mexico are descendants from Spanish people who were mixed with North African. So I kind of consider them in a way Mediterranean in a sense. But these people, they all like really light beer. Whereas German people, they like dark, sweet beer. And I think it's because the sweetness, I want to say it comes from the roasting of that sort of sweet flavor. I think maybe it comes from the roasting of the barley. I noticed the Germans like to roast the barley. I think that's where the dark color comes from. But man, it's sweet. That's the sweetest beer I've ever tasted. Weihenstephaner Corbignan, 7.4% alcohol, which is not very high. Store dark and keep cool, 46 to 52 degrees Fahrenheit. And it says here, Dunkel Stockbier. And it says, according to the surgeon, don't drink if you're pregnant. Okay, I'm not pregnant, so we're good. What is this Stefan? Anyway, forget that. Who cares about the history of this beer? But I noticed that the Mediterranean people, they like light beer. But this is pretty good. I tried different Japanese beers. I noticed that the Japanese, they like sweet beer also. Very sweet beer. There's this one beer, it's called Kichi Ichiban, I think it's called. It's one of the mainstream Japanese beers. And you can buy it here in the US. It's pretty popular. Very sweet. I think the Japanese, they pretty much picked up the German style of making beer. So what's interesting is that all the Mexican beers were invented by Germans who settled in Mexico. Like literally all of them, from Pacifico, Corona, all these famous Mexican beers, they originally came from German beer brewers who settled in Mexico. It's kind of so it's kind of a mystery to me as to how these beers became so light. Maybe it's because Mexicans don't like dark, rich, sweet beers like the Germans do. So maybe these big companies just adapted and they just I don't know, they just made them lighter. Augustiners and Polaner beers are somewhat light. Okay. One of the best beers I've ever tasted was from China. I think it's called Tsingtao beer. I think that's what it's called. Very delightful beer. I really love the Chinese beers. In fact, one time I went to an alcohol supermarket. One of these, in America, we have a lot of these stores where literally the store is just catering to alcoholics. Okay. You go to there, they got the wine. They have like a million different varieties of wine from different countries, a million different varieties of hard alcohol. They got dozens of different brands of vodka, tons of different types of tequila. And the most beautiful part about it is they have like 50 different brands of beer. And that's my toy shop. And I was looking for the Chinese Xingzhou beer, and the guy says we completely ran out. So even in America, where you're supposed to hate China, hating China is part of America's pastime. Even in America, the Chinese beers are popular. That's how good they are. The Chinese beer is tasty, very tasty. I don't really drink beer for the alcoholic effect, though. It's only, I mean, your average beer is going to have like 3% alcohol, which really isn't that much. I like beer for the flavor and the crispness of it. Somebody recommended to me Polish beer. Somebody from Poland says, Ted, you got to try Polish beer. And I went to the big alcohol store and I said, do you guys have any Polish beer? And this employee starts speaking to me in an English accent, which was crazy. It's like, here I am in the middle of the US and some guy from England is talking to me. Small world. And he says, we don't really have any Polish beers. The only Eastern European beer that we have, sir, is this beer over here. And he gives me this Czech beer. And he goes, it's not Polish beer, it's Czech beer, but you're going the right direction, mate. Yeah. So I tried that one. It's basically, I heard that the Czech beer and the Polish beer are basically the same. Both very similar. But it was okay. It was good. It was sweet like the German beer. Because it is at the end of the day a Central European beer. So I guess they're going to have similarities. Duvel beer is great. Trust me. Could be a bishop. Could be. It says Stefaner, so maybe it's Saint Stephen. Maybe that's who the beer is named after. Beer tasting. Absolutely, guys. Ted pouring a beer in his glass. ASMR. Thank you, Mediterranean Christian culture. Thank you. Thank you. Finnish can be pretty when young women speak it, but it's hideous when men speak. Well, every language is hideous when men speak it. Let's be honest here. I have never done super chats. I don't know how to do it. I think if my channels still exist in the future and I get enough subscribers, I think maybe I'll do some super chats. But now I don't really see the purpose of it. I don't have that many subscribers. Yes, Yiddish is German that's influenced by a Semitic language. Absolutely. Accurate description of Germans and Dutch. Thank you. I try. Yeah, but Phoenix Points looks so ugly and uninspiring. Ted quitting Red Dead 2. No, I played the whole game. But yeah. Dutch is the closest language to English. It is close to English. I would say also Danish is close to the English language. Yeah, I don't care about Netflix. I don't subscribe to them. Theo celebrating 1,000 subs while Rittenhouse is thankfully not guilty. What a time to be alive. Absolutely. We are celebrating 1,000. Listen, guys, we are celebrating 1,000 subs, and we are celebrating the manifestation of justice that has come before our eyes in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, because we all know that the people that Kyle Rittenhouse killed deserved it. He killed a pedophile and some crazy psychopath named Anthony Huber. I don't give a shit about these people. Rittenhouse should be acclaimed as a damn hero, okay? He should be acclaimed as a damn hero. We didn't lose anything. Let's just put it that way. And if they were going to say that Rittenhouse was guilty, I was kind of worried. I'll be honest with you, personally speaking, I was worried about that, because I'm thinking if they say this guy is guilty, then that means that Rosenbaum, the boy rapist, the raper of boys, is a victim, and we should feel sorry for him. And oh, he's so bad. And it's like, no, the guy was asking for it. I'm glad that this guy came out innocent. I'm really happy about that, guys. This is a celebration for justice. I'm so sick of all these scoundrels who are like, we do about justice. He's a murderer. He murdered innocent people. He's justice. It's about justice, man. No, he didn't murder innocent people. He murdered people who he didn't murder them. He killed people who were violent, dangerous, and vicious people. Counter-Strike made specifically for the Balkans. Let's do a little bit of beer snobbery. Proceeds to pour beer. I knew somebody was going to mention it. I knew it was like, man, if I point it in the center of the cup, someone's going to say something. I know it. I know it, guys. This is delicious beer, by the way. Very good. When I was in Italy, the beer in Italy is so light. It's almost like drinking water. I'll be honest with you. Italian beer, it's okay. It is. It's okay. It tastes okay, but it's so light. It's so ridiculously light. There's no thickness to it at all. It's almost like you're drinking water. Tastes okay, but a little too thin for my taste. Good stuff. Beck's Dark. What's your guys' favorite beer? Somebody told me to get Polish beer, but the problem is I can't really buy Polish beer in America. I couldn't even order. I was trying to order some online. Couldn't do it. I was looking for some Armenian beer, which is like one of the most random things ever. Like, hey, I'm going to order some beer. Which beer? Armenian beer. I didn't even know Armenia had breweries, but apparently they have several breweries within Armenia. I hope that they produce enough beer before Turkey invades. But I was looking for some Armenian beer. Impossible. I tried to find some Polish beer. Impossible. Couldn't do it. It's just not. It's not within our market here. It's just not. The only Eastern European beer that I could find was the Czech beer. Augustiners and Poloners beers are somewhat light. I always got Russians on my team. Not very friendly, like always. Not very Romanians playing Counter-Strike, I assume. Fun fact: Japanese. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get the outer. Okay. Ever had Tatra? It's Polish, really good stuff. No, I haven't had any Polish beers in my life. I would like to try some. Believe it or not, there are some. We have more Asian beers in the American market than Eastern European beer. The only Eastern European beer I've seen in the general American market of alcohol is the Czech beer. But I've never seen anything else from Eastern Europe. There's a lot of German beers in the U.S. market. There's a lot of Asian beers. We have Ichiban. We have, I think, I forgot the other Japanese beer. We have Tsingtao. We have Supero, I think, is another Japanese beer. We have a lot of Asian beers here. Dutch beers, Belgian beers are very popular in the U.S., especially Stella Artois, I think it's called. But yeah. I only had 2 decent German beers, but Chinese beers. Tsingtao, that's the one I drink. Yes, very good. Most beers don't taste good to me. It's an acquired taste, my friend. I only had 2 decent Chinese beers. Okay, I read this already. The first game I remember ever playing was Duke Nukem. Wasn't that an arcade game? Wasn't Duke Nukem an arcade game? I don't even remember. Yeah, I never played this. Forget it. I've never played Duke Nukem. Grolsch. What kind of beer is that? Grolsch. Oh, I've seen this before. Is that good? I'll try that out. Looks familiar. Pilsner. Have you tried Molson Canadian beer? I have not. Is that any good? Molson beer? Probably the best American beer is Coors. If you guys want to try really good American beer, Coors. That's where it's at, guys. Coors is excellent. Is beer bad for you? I saw this video yesterday, and it was health benefits for beer, and it's like it was something like the health effects of beer, and it said beer can actually prevent you from dying from heart disease, but then it said beer will give you cancer. And then it said beer will actually prolong your life, but then it said that beer will actually shorten your life. It's like, which one is it? Is it going to kill us or is it going to make us live longer? Who knows? We're all going to freaking die at the end of the day. Voodoo Ranger beer. I have heard nothing but good things about Voodoo Ranger beer. I will have to try that one day. Do you think communism helped contribute to the industrialization of Russia and China? I don't think so. I think people are going to be industrial no matter what, you know? Were industrial under communism, they're industrial under capitalism. People are industrial because people want to make money and they want to make things easier, and it's very popular. Yes, I've heard that there was a massive amounts of industrialization after the Second World War in the Soviet Union. That actually makes sense given the fact that the Soviet Union was amongst the victors in the Second World War. And if you were amongst the victors in the Second World War, dang it, you were one of the rulers of the earth alongside the United States. So, yes, one way that America solidified its empire over the world was defeating the Germans. Isn't it interesting? People say, Ted, the Germans, they are a joke. They're this. America solidified the existence of its empire by defeating the Germans. So truly, it's very interesting. Very interesting. You look at the Roman Empire. Roman Empire was squashed by who? It was squashed by the Ottomans in 1453. That was the eastern branch of the Roman Empire. What about the western branch, where the Roman Empire originally was born? It was squashed, not by the Turks. It was squashed by the Germans. And after the fall of the Roman Empire, all of the little kingdoms that sprung up, they were ruled by who? Germans. If you look at the Spanish royal family, if you look at the French royalty, if you look at the all of the different royalties, even the British royalty, it's all who? People who descend from Germanic heritage. Now England is probably different because it springs from the Anglo-Saxon, which originally came from Denmark, the Netherlands, etc. So Germany kind of held up the lantern of the Roman Empire. It took over the Roman Empire. You had the Holy Roman Empire, which was ran by Germans. No, Ted, it was actually ran by Austrian Habsburg. They're all Germans, okay? America defeats Germany. What happens? America is now the Roman Empire. So it's very fascinating how America does not become an empire until it defeats Germany. That is super fascinating, my friends. Party rock in the house tonight. Everybody's having a good time. He did the world a favor. Abso-freaking-lutely, guys. Hold on a second. For you guys who are not American, I'm going to introduce to you guys a very popular American snack. This is Lay's potato chips, guys. I'm sure you guys never heard of this because you don't live in America. You live in Romania or somewhere in the Balkans. I don't know. Very popular snack. Look at this freaking potato chip. Look, it's all clustered together. Different strips of potatoes. This is art right here, guys. This is art. Oh, God. Never mind. A little difficult to eat. Anyway. Poles have a hold on. I want to read all you guys' comments. Rittenhouse did the world a favor. Absolutely. Italians prefer wine. Wine's for cucks. Well, I'm kidding, okay? Wine's okay. Wine's okay. Beer is better than wine. Beer is better than wine. Okay. Poles have a vodka with bison grass. What does that even mean? Have you ever tried Australian beer? My friend, the only Australian beer that I'm familiar with is Foster's, and I have not tried it. But I remember years ago, I met this Australian woman, and I said to her, "Do you guys drink Foster's?" And she started laughing at me, and she said, "Foster's? That's like one beer out of like 50 different breweries. For some reason, it got popular amongst you Americans." I've never tried Australian beer. I will have to try a Foster's, though. Foster's is probably the most popular Australian beer in the U.S. St. Pauli girl, also pretty good. Czech is Central Europe. I said Czech is Central Europe. Okay, fine. Slavic. Okay, it's Czech is Slavic. Good grief, you guys. I have now. None of you guys ever heard of this one. I have here an Indian snack. Okay, this is called Kabuli chana. Literally, these are roasted garbanzo beans. They are delicious, by the way. Roasted garbanzo beans, guys. A little bit healthier than potato chips. Let's see here. Western. Okay, hold on. Let me drink this down. Hold on. All you need is Ballast Point Sculpin 6 PK, and you good for the night. What is that? What the hell is that? What's ballast? What? Ballast Point? What the hell is that? Oh, it's a beer company. Is that good? 6 PK. I gotta try that out. Ooh, I gotta definitely try that out. Ballast Point Brewing Company. Is that American? It's American beer. Man, local, regional beer. There's something special about drinking regional beer. When you drink beer that's like it's made in a certain area. It's made like right next door. The water is local. There's something special about that. There is definitely something special with regionalism. I'm not going to lie. I know I bash the nationalist stuff a lot, but there's definitely something special about eating something that's grown in your area. I can understand that from being a gardener. Like today, I made a delicious dandelion salad. Now, some people in Europe eat dandelion greens, like Greeks eat them. Italians will eat dandelion greens. I remember when I was in Italy, dandelion greens, literally everywhere you went, you saw weeds. They grow as a weed. Okay, they grow everywhere. On the side of the streets, they grow on the side of the sidewalks. They grow on a pathway in some little village in the middle of Timbuktu, Italy. You see dandelion greens everywhere. Some Indian scammer is calling me. Go away. And I remember seeing this old Italian. I didn't see it, but someone told me that they saw an old Italian man coming in, and Italians will just go out and they'll just find the dandelion greens growing nearby their homes, and they just come out and just cut it. You can cook it and eat it cooked with some bread and a little garlic and lemon, maybe some chili. That's good. Dandelion greens are very bitter. So when you eat them, they have a very bitter, very, very bitter taste to them, which is good. It's a sign that it probably is a sign that it has a high nutritional value. But they say that it comes from sunlight. When the sun touches dandelion leaves and the dandelions absorb the sunlight, they become bitter. And a lot of plants are this way. For example, celery. If you ever eat celery in the summer, celery that's grown in the summer is very, very bitter. That's why the best time to eat celery, the best season for celery is in the winter time or in the fall season when it's cold. Because when it's cold, it's not as the sun is not as strong and the temperatures are lower, which means that the sugars in the celery are much more pronounced. And when the summer comes, or when the summer comes and the sun is much more powerful, much more imposing, those sugars are no longer there in the celery, and it becomes very bitter. That's why if you're growing your own celery, it's best to allow the celery to flower up and go to seed. That way, it just grows and produces seed, so you can grow celery for the next year, because the celery is not really going to taste that good in the summer. But dandelion greens are very bitter. No matter what part of the year you grow them in, they're very bitter, just naturally. They're very high in vitamin C. They taste almost like a very bitter citrus fruit, and maybe that could be attributed to its high vitamin C. They say that dandelion greens also cleanse your liver. That's what they say. Now, there was a story that I heard about dandelion greens, and it's very, very fascinating. During the Second World War, the Greek partisans, Greeks who were fighting the Nazis, anti-fascist Greeks, I guess you could say they were Antifa, whatever. They would roam around the wilderness looking for dandelion greens to eat, because they were literally in the middle of a war. It was hard to find sufficient amounts of food, so you kind of had to rely on the land. And they found dandelion greens growing all over the place. Dandelion greens are ubiquitous all throughout the Mediterranean. So they would eat dandelion greens. And there was an American doctor who was sent to Greece after the Second World War, sort of as a charity medical examiner. He was there to provide medical assistance to the Greek people free of charge. It was a charity operation. And the American doctor concluded that the Greeks who he examined, they were actually healthier than the average American. And they believe that it's because of the high consumption of dandelion greens. Now, I grow dandelion greens. I think dandelion greens are absolutely awesome, because you can allow them to go to flower and they'll seed by themselves, and you'll have wild dandelion greens growing in your backyard, because the seeds will come from the flower, and they will be distributed by the winds, by the breeze, by the birds, and you'll find dandelion greens growing in random spots in your backyard, which means that you'll always have some sort of access to eating fresh, dark, leafy greens. Now, everybody wants to eat lettuce, right? Lettuce is delicious and it's crispy and has a nice texture. But lettuce, in comparison to dark, leafy greens like dandelion, like collard green, like arugula, like kale, is pretty low in nutritional value. Even though it may be crispier, it's low in nutritional value. When you eat dandelion greens, you're eating a large amount of vitamin C, vitamin K, vitamin A, things that are absolutely essential for your body to function. So today I made a dandelion green salad. Let me tell you, this is probably the most delicious way to eat a dandelion green salad. It may not be the healthiest, but it's damn delicious. Let me tell you. I'm going to tell you this right now. Traditional way of eating a dandelion salad would be maybe with like a mustard vinaigrette, maybe with vinegar and olive oil, with some tomatoes, and that's fine. I've done that sort of thing before with spinach, and it's delicious. But today I decided to make a decadent dandelion salad. I learned this recipe online, and I'm going to explain it to you guys. Okay, here it goes. So you take your dandelion greens, you wash them, you go through the whole process of washing them. Put your dandelion greens in the bowl that you're going to eat from. I add a little bit of sliced onion. It's preferable that you use purple onion, but any sort of onion will do fine. But purple onion is a little bit sweeter, and so it does balance out the bitterness of the dandelion very well. So I add a little bit of thinly sliced onion. And then I also add garbanzo beans. Now, you can add kidney beans, but when it comes to a salad, I very much so prefer garbanzo beans. Sometimes I will have a mix of garbanzo beans and kidney beans, but garbanzo beans, or chickpeas as some people call them, they go very well with a salad. So I add garbanzo beans, thinly sliced onion, and then I make a mustard vinaigrette. Very easy to make. You just take olive oil, you mix it with mustard. So olive oil, mustard, and then you can add lemon juice or vinegar, preferably apple cider vinegar, or maybe balsamic vinegar. If you don't have any vinegar, you can use lemon juice. I prefer to use lemon juice over vinegar because it has a better taste, I think, than vinegar. So olive oil, honey, and some kind of sour balance coming from either vinegar or lemon juice. And then the honey is to provide a sweet balance to the bitterness of the olive oil and to the sourness of the lemon or the vinegar. And then add a little pinch of salt to the dressing, mix it all up together, add some black pepper, and you have yourself a really nice mustard vinaigrette. I add a little bit of cheese. I will either add Parmigiano Reggiano or Pecorino Romano, which are both excellent Italian cheeses, or I will use goat cheese. Goat cheese is excellent with salads. So Parmesan cheese, Pecorino cheese, or goat cheese. You could add cheddar. You could add maybe some Irish cheese, maybe some. I wouldn't personally. I think mozzarella on a salad is a little bit abominable. But if you want to add mozzarella, that's your choice. Whatever, some kind of cheese. And then this is where the decadence comes into play. I took little chunks of smoked ham, honey smoked ham, which is a sweet ham. You can use bacon if you would like, but I use a smoked ham, sweet smoked ham. Cut it into small pieces, and then I lightly pan fried the ham, the honey smoked ham, on a frying pan until it got a little bit crispy. Turned off the heat, allowed the residual heat of the frying pan to crisp out the ham, and then had the salad ready. So you got your mustard vinaigrette, your goat cheese, black pepper, little thinly sliced onion, and then I take that pan fried smoked ham and I lay it on top of the salad, lay it on top of the dandelion greens, and the residual oil that's left on the frying pan, I pour that out on it. I surprised myself as to how good this is. Literally today was the first day of my life I've done something like this. The first day of my life I added something cooked on a raw salad. I put pan fried smoked ham on the dandelion salad. It was so delicious. It was ridiculous how delicious with the goat. You got the goat cheese, the savoriness of the goat cheese. You have the sweet and sour flavor coming from the mustard vinaigrette. You have the flavor from the onions, which is just unique to onion. The black pepper, and I put a lot of black pepper on my salad. And then you have that sweet and savoriness coming from the smoked ham. Truly, truly, truly the supreme way to make a salad. It was absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious, guys. I would definitely recommend that you guys try it out. If you're going to do a salad, fry up some little pieces of bacon and just lay it on top of your salad. It is heavenly. Heavenly, heavenly, heavenly. Western neglecting their relationship with Eastern Europeans and for East Asian pagan profit, like always. What? So are you interested? So are you interested to be an Eastern Europe beer importer? No, not really. I'll probably get killed by some gangster if I ever tried doing that. Lager, I think it's German. Yes, the Germans are masters at lager, but there are many different types of lagers that come in different countries. But I think they're all inspired by German beer. Good luck on your paper, Rusty Shackleford. Congratulations. Thank you. Germans hate American beer. They think it's all Budweiser. What's wrong with Budweiser, though? Budweiser is actually a decently tasting beer. Hello, Amanda. Heather Green is in the house. The appellation is here in the house, guys. It's amazing that Heather and I had this intense debate and we're still friends. Isn't that amazing, guys? I find that pretty miraculous. You guys have the Semitic Viking with you. I will always be here for you guys, okay? Is compote have alcohol? No. From what I understand, compote is just a fruit tea. You can make compote from any tea, from any fruit. You can take peaches, you can take figs, you can take plums, pears, apples. You just literally boil it in water and you drink the water. Compote is literally fruit tea. There's no alcohol in it, unless you want to add some rakia to it, maybe. Beer will kill you if you drink in your football hooligans, yeah, because they'll stab you with a syringe. British hooligans will stab you with an AIDS-infested syringe. The Soviet Union defeated Germany. Yeah, they did. God bless the Russians. Absolutely. Let's play the Russian national anthem. Do you think there will ever be communion between the Catholic? I get this question every week. If the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church ever come together again, it will be by a sheer miracle from God Almighty. Because the way that Orthodox people are, and the tension between the Catholics and the Orthodox, there is no way that the two will ever come together unless you have either a war that pushes them or some kind of miracle. Maybe the war itself will be from God to push them to come together. We're not going to come together willy-nilly because some guy on the internet said that let's all be friends. That's just not how it's going to work. Because you have the Orthodox people who go around and they're like, listen, Catholics are heretics because they make the sign of the cross like this. We make it like this. Don't you understand? Catholics go like this. Orthodox go like this over here. We make the sign of the cross from right to left. Catholic made sign of the cross from left to right. So never come together. No Holy Father Pope going to tell me what to do and tell me how much vodka I can drink after I go to church. So no. Yeah. And then you have the Catholics who do a very shitty job in presenting themselves, because the Catholics come around, they're like, we always follow the Holy Father. And yeah, we follow the Holy Father and we follow the Virgin Mary. Yeah, Holy Father. And the Holy Father said this. But priests rape 5,000 boys. What do you do about that, guys? Well, we pray for the soul of the priest. The priest is a man of God who has the authority to give away the sacraments to the people and to the congregants. But the priest is still. He still has hands that are consecrated by the Holy Father, who comes from Jesus Christ, which comes from the power of Jesus Christ, the authority, the authority that is bequeathed to them by the Lord Jesus Christ. And so it doesn't really matter if he raped 5,000 boys, but he raped 5,000 boys. What do you say to that, guys? No, I don't join you guys. House of pedophiles. Go back to San Francisco, will you? Where do you belong? We don't come from San Francisco, sir. We come originally from, appointed through the Vatican, sir. Vatican, San Francisco. What the hell is the difference? Go give me vodka, a bottle of rakia. I go on vacation to Istanbul. We drink rakia and retake Constantinople, while Catholic go to gay bar in Tel Aviv trying to retake Jerusalem. Okay, guys. Lay's. Yes, Lay's is awesome. Who wants to get laid when you have Lay's, guys? Who? They should do a commercial where a guy's on a date and this woman is like, I love you, John. And then all of a sudden he sees like a bag of Lay's and he's like, yeah. Anyway, never mind. I got to go, Stacy, okay? Who wants to get laid when you have Lay's? They have Lay's in Romania? Maybe that's why Dracula hasn't popped up after a long time. Because Dracula is repulsed by your westernization. You have Lay's in Indonesia too? Oh my God, America controls the world. America runs the world not through just guns, but through food. We run it through America runs the world with McDonald's. It's amazing that years ago, maybe like a year ago, I bought some very cheap German beer, way cheaper than this beer. Tastes exactly the same. So my question is, what's the point of buying expensive beer when you can buy the cheap beer and it tastes the same? In fact, this German beer, believe it or not, it doesn't taste too different from a traditional Budweiser. And for those of you guys who want to shit on Budweiser, I'm not talking about Bud Light. I'm talking about Budweiser. For those of you guys who want to shit on Budweiser, Budweiser is actually an American version of a beer that originally comes from Central Europe. That's why it tastes very similar. Yeah, we have an ASMR thing going on right now, guys. America runs the world not just through guns, through McDonald's, Burger King, and Pizza Hut. That's how we run the world, everybody. That's how we run the world. Honest to God. Because people are like, I love America. America's awesome. Why is America awesome? The food. American restaurants, believe it or not. America has the best restaurant service in the world. That's a fact, guys. America has the best restaurant service on earth. Because when you go to different countries and you order food, this is how they order food in different countries. You order your plate, whatever the hell it is, and they give you that plate. So if you order a plate of whatever hamburger, here you go. Where's the side dishes? Go to hell with your side dishes. Where is the soda pop? Here's a soda. Here's a can. In different countries, they give you a can of soda. And you're about to get charged for every damn thing you order when they give you a can of soda. In America, free refills. America has the best restaurant service in the globe. You go to a different restaurant in Italy, they try to rip you off over everything. They try to rip you off over everything. In America, if you go to an Italian restaurant in America, they say, here's some bread and butter. Free of charge. They don't charge you extra for the beer and for the bread and butter. In Italy, they give you the bread without even asking you. They give you the bread. You think, oh, okay, it's like in America. They give you bread. Then they give you the bill. €6 for the bread. What the hell? Well, I didn't even order it. Still, they charge you for the bread. It's freaking ridiculous. Thank you, Aizol of Aran. I recommend looking into the relationship between potatoes and symptoms relating to Asperger's. Why? Is it making people retarded or what? Slavic does not denote geographical location. Poland and Czech are Central. I know they're Central European, but Poles are Slavic people. Their language is Slavic. Hold on a second, guys. Okay. Germans are okay. Let's just all agree right now. Polish people are not Eastern Europeans. They're Central Europeans, but they're Slavic. Let's stop right there before this gets out of hand and we end up in an internet flame war. Eastern Europe has the best women. Southern Europe has the best food. Northern Europe has the best welfare system. What's up with this fetishization of Eastern European women? Are Eastern European women, Balkan women, Slavic women, let's just put it that way, are Slavic women all that great? Or are they going to party until 4 a.m. and come home late and vomit all over the bed? Which one is it? You tell me. Let's educate ourselves on this reality before you have a bunch of LARPers online who are like, I'm going to find me a Ukrainian. You have all these people online. White guys in America who never found love. I'm going to find me a Belarusian girl. Going to find me a woman from the Ukraine because I just can't find no love here in America, boys. Then they go to the Ukraine and then they lose their wallet. So it goes from being in the Ukraine to you just got your ass robbed, fool. Eating potato chips and drinking in the mic. Come on, the Theo. I don't even know what this means. Come on, the Theo. I can't eat potato chips or what? You can't expect me to starve as I'm answering all your guys' questions, okay? Bison grass is an aromatic herb native to North. Oh, okay. That's fascinating. I never heard about that. Oh, I can enable super chats after 1,000 subs. I didn't know that. I'll have to look into that. How could my internet compare to the superior Romanian internet? Whatever your guys' internet is, it's still superior to my internet. Back in the 80s, there was a mass held in both Catholic and Orthodox priests. It's a step toward, that's back in the 80s, okay? The 80s, oh my God, that sounds so ancient. Like literally the year 2002, when I hear the word 2002, I'm like, holy shit, that's freaking ancient, dude. That's ancient. I look at movies from 2002 and they look old enough. I look at video games from 2005 and they look old enough. You're talking about something that happened back in the 80s. Dude, when I watch a YouTube video, I can tell by looking at it, roughly speaking, which year it was published. I can look at a YouTube video and I can tell this video was filmed in 2008 because it looks like it was filmed when the movie Super Size Me came out and the guy was eating McDonald's until he almost died. I mean, really? You ever see YouTube videos from the earliest days of YouTube? They look old as hell. They're literally from when I was in high school. They're so old. I actually started YouTubing back when YouTube was a fairly new thing. I started YouTubing when I was in high school. And that YouTube channel that I started in high school took off to getting somewhere, I want to say roughly over 5,000 subs. If YouTube never got rid of me, I would have had tons of subs by now. Oh my God. I'm just starting over. The best brew in America is from is the water from the Colorado River, my friend. I'm just opining based on the current forecast. Again, it would take a miracle. I agree. How 1,000 subscribers saved a young boy's life. The story of a YouTube channel ran by an American, Semitic, Jewish, Turkish Viking by Young dandelion greens are not bitter. Pick the hearts. I could pick the hearts, but the problem is that you would damage the plant to the point where it wouldn't grow back. So I just pick the leaves because I want the plant to just grow. Like, for example, the dandelion plants that I have outside growing, they're I want to say over 2 years old, these plants, because I just continuously just slice the leaves off. And dandelion plants are so tough that they can survive. I mean, last year we had a really strong snowstorm. Dandelion plants were unfazed. Dandelion plants are one of the best plants that you can grow for having food that would survive nature's harshest realities like a snowstorm. And these dandelion plants that I have outside, they survived almost completely unfazed by the snowstorm. And another thing to grow, if you want to grow your own caffeine, I recommend that you guys grow Yaupon tea. If you live in the United States, you can find Yaupon tea shrubs in Lowe's or Home Depot. They usually have them for sale because nobody wants to buy them because most people don't know that they are actually caffeinated tea leaves. If you're going to go to Lowe's or Home Depot, look for holly, Yaupon holly. You'll find it and you'll see it in the label on the little pots. It'll say Yaupon holly. They're usually pretty affordable. I bought recently about 3 large Yaupon plants for about $15 each, but each plant is fairly big in size. They will last forever. They will last through the harshest droughts. They will last through the harshest winters. These things do not die. Grow Yaupon. Not only is the plant extremely durable to the point where it can survive through the harshest realities of weather, but it also tastes better than regular tea. If you drink regular caffeinated green or black tea, they tend to be somewhat bitter. But Yaupon tea is not bitter. Yaupon tea has a slight nutty flavor to it, slight nuttiness, a little bit of sweetness. Very, very good tea plant to grow. It'll survive through anything. So if you want to grow your own caffeinated tea, and you don't want to go through the hassle of taking care of a plant, Yaupon tea is your ticket to success. Now, I tried growing my own Turkish tea years ago. It died under the harsh summer, did not survive. Then I tried growing a Korean tea plant. It died through the harsh summer. No matter how many times I watered this damn plant, it freaking died. Why? Because traditional green tea plants, be they from Turkey or be they from Japan or Korea or be they from Kenya, where we actually grow a lot of the world's tea, especially for the British, green tea plants require very mild climates. They require heavy rains, and they require temperatures that are not too cold and not too hot, but right down the middle. Believe it or not, I believe 1/3 of all of Great Britain's tea is grown in Kenya. Kenya is one of the most ideal places on earth to grow tea because it rains almost every single day of the year in Kenya. And when you have heavy amounts of rain, you have pretty mild temperatures because the rains sort of balance everything out to where it doesn't get too hot. That's why after a rainy day, the next day, you'll have a nice cool breeze because the rain cools everything down. So Kenya is actually a very ideal place to grow tea. The Black Sea region of Turkey is also a very ideal place to grow tea because you're right next to the sea and the temperatures tend to be pretty moderate. Japan is an ideal place to grow tea. Korea is an ideal place to grow tea. The climate that is required to grow tea, traditional caffeinated tea, must be one that is moderate in heat and coldness. Now, if you live in the southwest of the United States, or if you live in a part of the world that can have harsh summers, it's going to be difficult to grow tea because of the fact that tea plants don't like severe heat. And if you also live in a place where you have kind of a bipolar climate to where you'll have during the winter times warm days, and there are places like this that exist. Texas is definitely one of them. You'll have warm days during the winter, but then you'll have, for example, in Texas, you can have in a winter season where you'll have many days where it's 80 degrees in the winter. And then all of a sudden, from 80 degrees, the next day it's 50 degrees, 40 degrees. And then the next day it's 80 degrees. And then for a week, it's in the 40s. And then all of a sudden, after that, bam, it's back to 85 degrees Fahrenheit. This bipolar, manic depressive weather pattern is not good for something like tea. Tea it needs to have a balanced, moderate climate that is continuous and doesn't shift from one temperature to the next overnight. When you have this sudden fluctuation of temperatures, it's difficult for the plant to adapt. And so the plant doesn't really grow, it doesn't really thrive, and it kind of gets stuck and it just dies eventually. Whereas with Yaupon remains indifferent to the changes in weather. Yaupon does not change depending on the sudden shifts in the temperatures or in the climate. Yaupon remains the same. I remember last year we had a snowstorm. I looked at, the chard plants looked miserable, the beets looked miserable, the turnips looked miserable, everything looked miserable. But then I saw my little yaupon bushes, and they were still beautiful. The leaves were still green. They were vibrant. They were growing. They were alive. So not only do they taste good, but they are literally effortless to grow. So if you want to grow your own caffeine, maybe you're worried that your country will go through a Yugoslav-style war. Maybe you're worried that this would actually happen and you would have to be stuck at home so as to avoid being shot or, in the worst case, blown to pieces by tank fire or artillery. Maybe you are going through a fourth or fifth wave of coronavirus and your local government has forced you to stay home. You cannot access any local markets to buy your own caffeine, be it from coffee or tea. But you can go outside in your backyard and within the comfort of your own home, regardless of the potential sounds of gunfire that you may be hearing from a distance, you may take a pair of scissors and cut some beautiful branches and leaves off of the yaupon bush and boil it in water and drink it and have at least some sweet experience of caffeination, regardless of your miserable state that is occurring within your own community. That, my friends, is superior tea. Drink yaupon and be happy. Rely on buying caffeine from the store, and you may find yourself in the middle of absolute chaos, destruction, and overall acrimonious noises that are not very pleasant. Drink yaupon, be successful. Yes, dandelions are very, very, very nutritious. One of those good edible flowers. That was How to Get Bitches, How to Dominate Like an Alpha Male by Jewish, Turkish, Semitic, American Viking. My granddad would fry dandelion greens in bacon fat. That sounds actually like a really good idea. Because I think the savoriness of the bacon or the ham balances out against the bitterness. Now, here's an interesting thing about human taste buds that I've just recently started learning about. I want to say there are around 5 tastes that your tongue experiences, that your taste buds experience. You have saltiness. Saltiness. Let me get rid of this. Hold on. You have saltiness, sourness. So saltiness, or not, actually, no, forget saltiness. You have sour, sweet, sour, sweet, bitter, savory, and umami. I think those are the 5 tastes that your taste buds experience. So bitterness actually has a really could actually have a really important contribution to a recipe, depending on what else is in the recipe. So dandelion greens are very, very bitter. Normally speaking, they're very bitter. Believe it or not, in France, they have come up with a type of dandelion green that is not bitter at all, but is actually very mellow. But that comes from cross-pollination and some sort of genetic engineering. But real dandelion greens, they tend to be very bitter. Or dandelion greens that you find in the wild, they tend to be very bitter. But dandelion greens are they're very bitter. So you need something to balance it out. So you make a sweet mustard vinaigrette. And the sweet and sour flavor from the mustard vinaigrette, it harmonizes with the bitterness of the dandelion. And when you have bitterness, sweetness, and sourness combined, they create a unique experience for your taste buds. If you have just bitterness, it's not pleasant at all. If you have just sweetness, then it's overwhelming and actually quite nauseating for your brain and for your stomach. If you have complete sourness, then it's not a pleasant experience at all because you're just going to be puckering up your mouth all the time. But when you have bitterness, sourness, and sweetness all coming together and all alive, it's actually quite a pleasant experience, and it makes a distinct flavor for your taste buds. It's kind of like how the Chinese utilize Sichuan peppercorns. Now, in the West, we have traditional black peppercorns. Black peppercorns provide a unique flavor for any sort of dish, but black peppercorns don't have a numbing feeling. They don't leave a numbing feeling to your tongue and to the insides of your mouth. But Sichuan, Chinese Sichuan peppercorns do. Even though I'm pretty sure Sichuan peppercorns are related to black peppercorns, they both have very different experiences. Black peppercorns taste like black pepper. It's a very unique flavor that's difficult to describe. It's just a black pepper flavor, which is very good. Adds somewhat of a kick, adds somewhat of a spiciness to it. But the Sichuan Chinese peppercorns are not just spicy. They leave a numbing flavor, not even a flavor, it's a numbing feeling or a numbing sensation on your tongue and on the inner parts of your mouth. And when you take, if you take black peppercorns just by themselves and you eat them, and don't try this, I've done it before, it literally feels like you're eating poison. It feels like you're eating a poisonous plant because it leaves it makes your tongue feel numb. You're like, oh, what the hell am I eating? I feel like I just took something toxic. And you actually did. I mean, plants, I think all plants, no matter how edible they are, do have some sort of degree of toxicity. Even tomatoes have a small degree of toxicity to them. But when you take red chili, dried red chili, and you slowly fry it in oil, and you mix in grounded Sichuan peppercorns into the mix, and then you take some thinly sliced pieces of cooked beef and you pour that chili oil Sichuan mix on top of it, and then you taste it, and you have in that whole recipe, you got soy sauce, oyster sauce, maybe a little bean paste, maybe a little bit of sugar. The sweetness from the sugar, the savoriness from the soy sauce, mixed in with the spiciness of the chili and the numbing sensation of the peppercorn, provides a unique eating experience that can be quite enjoyable once you get used to it. That numbing experience. It's almost like the food is fighting back and you are in a challenge with that which you are eating. It's like you eat something good and it kicks back and you enjoy the challenge. There is a very unique eating experience in consuming Sichuan peppercorns. It's like eating hot chili. Is eating hot chili by itself an enjoyable experience? Well, no. Try taking a habanero and just taking a bite out of it. It's not like eating it's not like you're taking a bite out of an apple. It's not a very enjoyable experience. But mix that habanero with some garlic, with some onion, maybe a little bit of sugar, and you have the spiciness and the savoriness and maybe some bitterness with sweetness, with the spiciness, with the kick. It all comes together. It provides this unique eating experience, a little bit of challenge, a little bit of letting go, a little bit of resistance, all coming together. It's almost like a romantic comedy when the man and the women are rejecting each other, but at the same time revering one another, only in the end to conjoin in a perfect union. This, my friends, is the romantic reality of the experience of culinary exquisite consumption. This, my friends, is the art of food. For if you just take sugar, it is not enjoyable. You may taste sweetness and think, wow, sweetness is amazing. I really just want to eat sugar. Take some sugar and mix it into water and try drinking it. You feel like diabetes is nigh. Diabetes is about 5 minutes away. It's 5 minutes to midnight before you become a diabetic and your insulin levels kick in and you got to take some shots to keep yourself alive. Eating just sugar is not an enjoyable experience. But what happens when you have a little bit of chocolate? Pure cocoa. It's bitter. Pure cocoa is not really sweet. It is bitter. But take some pure cocoa, mix it with sugar, mix it with milk. The creaminess of the milk, the bitterness of the chocolate, the sweetness from the sugar, all coming together provide a balance of flavors that give you a unique experience. This is the art of food. Just like watching a good film where you have action, tragedy, death, but then at the end, victory. It just makes that victory feel sweet and well-deserved. But if victory comes to you without a challenge, then it does not feel deserved, and therefore the sensation of happiness that would emanate from your mind as a result of that victory does not truly manifest itself. So truly in food, we find the secret to life. Happiness that is obtained after going through resistance. Hence why spiciness and numbness truly contribute to the greatness of a dish. That, my friends, is the explanation and the elucidation and the unlocking of the treasure of true culinary sensation and experience. Anyway, maybe if I go to the Istro-Romanians, they will give me a maid in Romania to that I could watch streams without interruptions. Watch too much Bar Rescue. It made me stupid. Dude, that Bar Rescue stuff, that's complete garbage. It's such garbage. You got some Jewish guy from New York who's like, your business is failing. This is what you got to do. It's like, I don't care about that. Talking about internet routers, my dad made one here where I reside in France, and now I have one of the fastest internets on the. Please, can your dad give me the secrets to fast internet? I need it. Smoked hams, delicious. I know. Bread and onions. Ooh. Imagine being Muslim and not being allowed to eat ham. Couldn't be me. Yeah. Listen at you pulling a Michael Savage, introducing your cooking skills to us. Appreciate it. Michael Savage was the master at mixing politics and art. That's one thing I appreciated about Michael Savage. Not only was he a political commentator, but he was a man of culture. Yes, Michael Savage had his problems. He was something of a he had some problems with discrimination. I'm not going to lie about that. I will not pretend that did not exist, but nonetheless, Michael Savage had talent in the way that he conveyed his message. Not only did he talk about political realities and the realities of the dangers of some elements of fanatical operators within American society, especially those coming from the left wing. But Michael Savage had a perfect balance of art and politics. He would talk about the U.S. government in one part of the show, but then he shifts off talking about Mozart and Beethoven and different classical musicians and classical literature and Greek philosophy. Yes, Michael Savage definitely influenced me in my way of conveying politics, because to me, politics without art is like food without flavor. We can't just talk about politicians, but we have to talk about politics in the context of the realities of human existence within the framework of how human beings function. The fact that government would not exist without human beings. Human beings cannot exist without government because government is an innate, inevitable part of all human societies, because within all human societies there is a hierarchical paradigm that definitely thrives and that definitely can give vibrancy and health to a society if it is done properly. So therefore, when we are talking about human society, we cannot just talk about politics, but all that which encompasses human society, all that which human society entails unto itself. So therefore, politics coexists with artwork because both emanate from the same thing, and that is the human consciousness, the eternal element that thrives and that moves within the human being itself. Because politics comes from what? The reality that there must be a hierarchy. The reality that law must emanate from morality. Morality comes from what? It comes from God, the eternal element that lives within us. As St. Paul says, Jesus Christ, in whom we move, in whom we live, in whom lives in all of us. So therefore, us being one with God, we are also one with each other. Therefore, we must have community. Therefore, we must have government, which emanates laws that allow society to have a balance between freedom and restriction. That balance, just like the balance between sweetness and bitterness, bitterness and spiciness, spiciness and savoriness, all coming together alive in the perfect harmonization of human existence. That, my friends, that is the beauty of politics. It's not about talking about some bullshit politician who comes from Virginia. Who gives a shit about that stuff? But it's the reality that there lies within politics a struggle between what truly is law. As it was said in the dialogue between Socrates and the man from Crete. What is law? Asked Socrates to the man from Crete. What is law? To which the man from Crete responds, well, that which the lawmakers say is law. And Socrates says to this, what are you saying? What is hearing? What is hearing? Is it what you are hearing, or is it the natural process of absorbing sound? Well, obviously, hearing is the natural function of your ears. Hearing is not what you are hearing. Hearing is the natural function of your ears. So therefore, what is law? Asked Socrates. I'm not entirely sure. The Cretan is kind of confused by this question. And Socrates asked the man from Crete a very simple question. Have you ever called a good man lawless? To which the Cretan says, no, I have never called a good man lawless. Therefore, all law must be good. So truly, the political struggle is not one that is merely between Democrat and Republican, but it is one between people who have one sort of interpretation for what is good and another group of people who have their own respective interpretation for what is good. Politics, at the end of the day, is the battle of interpreting what is good and what is bad. Hence why you have people who support Kyle Rittenhouse, and then on the other side, you have people who support Joseph Rosenbaum. One group of people says Joseph Rosenbaum was good, even though he was lawless. And then they'll say Rittenhouse was the one who was lawless, even though what Rittenhouse did was completely justifiable and was done in self-defense, which is an innate right within every single human being. Politics is not just talking about senators and congressmen and presidents. Politics is the discussion on truly what does it mean to be a human being. Hence why the abortion discussion is so polarizing, because at the end of the day, what is abortion about? Is human life worthy of protecting, or is it not? Is it a human being, or is it not a human being? These are existential questions, not ones that are simply determined by politicians, but ones which come from what actually makes us humans. Because at the end of the day, what makes us human beings is not a politician. What makes us human beings is our ability to pontificate and to meditate and to discuss issues that are outside of the physical world, issues that are outside of our own physical, our own physicality, issues that are outside of our own impulses. Because if you look at animals are all about impulses, right? The chicken sees food, it eats. The cat sees food, it eats. The dog sees food, it eats. Now, we humans can be this way if we allow ourselves to be imprisoned within our own natural impulses. But the human being is the only creature in the world that can say, why am I eating so much? Why am I doing so much of this? Why am I obsessed with so much? Why am I obsessed so much on this one thing? Why am I so caught up on this one little thing in my life? Why am I this way? I shouldn't be this way. The human being is the only creature that says, I should not. Every single creature on the face of the earth says, I will do. I do. I do this. I do. Eat, kill, fight, sleep, kill, this. That's what every animal thinks. The only creature in the world that says that is not restricted to just merely saying, I do, but also saying I should is the human being. What distinguishes the human being from other animals is our ability to say I should. That is what makes us distinct from the other animals. Every animal says I do, I do, I do, I do, I do. Or to make it simple, do. Kill, fight, sleep, mate. Kill, fight, sleep, mate. Kill, fight, sleep, mate. That's what animals think. The human being can be caught up in the just do mode, but the human being has the ability to say, I should, or I should not. That's what distinguishes us from being human. That's what distinguishes us from the other animals. That's what determines our humanity. I should, or I shouldn't. And all political questions are ones that spring from moral questions, and all moral questions are ones which spring from transcendent and existential realities, which are outside of our own material world, because they are outside of our impulses. They are outside of our animalness, because all human beings are physically animals. We are physically animals. We can be if we completely reject God, we become ruthless, violent, vile things. But with God, we can be the creators of civilization and the creators of civility and law and justice and freedom and liberty and things like this. And so what saves us from our animalness is our ability to look past our own animalness, our ability to look beyond our own impulses. This is what makes us human. So politics coincides with art because artwork and morality, all of these things come from one thing, and that is that which is outside of our animalness. The French philosopher Joseph de Maistre, he talked about the eternal element within the human being, that there is an eternal element within us that is not physical, not material, not one that is determined or dictated by impulses, but one that enables us to look beyond our impulses. That, my friends, is humanity. Anyway, I can definitely cook, yes. I think I've come to the point where I'm pretty comfortable in the kitchen. You work, stream, write, garden, play video games for a few minutes, sitting and see family, I assume. How do you squeeze all of that into a week? You sleep for 4 hours at 35. I wish I had such energy. Yeah, I try to balance all these things out. It can be very difficult, but sometimes you can work in the garden for 1 hour. Maybe if you're just watering the garden, it's just like a few minutes. But if you allow like 1 hour for garden work, then you still have a lot of hours in your day. Maybe read for 1 hour or 2 hours. Okay, you're fine. Cooking, you don't have to cook every single day. You could cook a really big meal for one day, spend a few hours to cook a really big meal, and then that will give you food for the rest of the week. Because for the rest of the week, you'll be eating what you cooked. And so that leaves you with a good number of hours for writing, which is what takes most of my time. The activity which takes most of my time is writing. Writing, people have no idea how much time writing takes from you. People think, oh, I'll just write an article. Like I knew this girl from Australia years ago, and she wanted to start a blog. So she said, Thea, I was trying to write an article, and I didn't realize how long it took me. It took me so long. I thought it would take me maybe like 10 minutes or something. It took me like 5 hours. It's like, yeah, it's not easy to write. It's difficult to write. I gotta go make some soup for dinner. Okay. Good luck with that. The real question is, did you use white, yellow, or purple onion? Answer this question carefully. There is only one right answer, and choosing wrong may cost you your honor for the next 3 decades. So I didn't have any purple onion today. I used a yellow onion, or actually, no, I used a white onion. But I prefer a purple onion. But I had a white onion that was already chopped, so I don't want to waste it. So I used it. Yeah. I'm just critical and giving my 2 cents here. Okay, you're very critical. I know. What do you think of the U.S. boycotting the Beijing Writer Olympic? I don't give a shit. America and China are always going to be at odds until Japan rises up, and you need the Chinese to help you. Just like the Russians are always going to be the bad guy until the Germans come up. Tea, ales, gardening, books. I try to be a man of culture. I always wanted to be a man of culture. That was always my thing. Even when I was in high school, that was always my thing. It was to look into literature and listen to music and to sort of not see writing as a separate thing from myself, but to see writing as something that is part of the harmony between art and music and food. And I like to interconnect all of these things. Compote is not quite a tea. It's more like fruit preserved in some mix of water, sugar. The fruit is the main part of the meal. The juice is more of an icing. Okay. Good friends are the ones that come to your aid even when you ran out of. Yeah, I agree. Those Catholic rules remind me of Jewish and Christian differences. Doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, I know. There is a little bit of that in there. There's a little bit of that legalism in there that's kind of crazy. I, as an Orthodox, find the explanation of the Catholic Orthodox relationship hilarious. It is pretty hilarious. I'm Orthodox, and I hope so. Our similarities are so much heavier than our differences. My Orthodox and Catholic friends agree. It's the diorites. Diorites are a smug. I know it's a cancer, my friend. It's terrible. I dealt with a diorite a few months ago, and the guy was a complete narcissistic asshole. McDonald's are good. I like Budweiser. Guys, now I have a feeling I don't want this stream to end. It's a comforting stream. Dude, come on. I try to do my best to entertain you guys. Yeah, it's an acquired taste. Jungling is a great American. It is. Jungling is a very good American beer. I agree. I have a bunch of Jungling in the house, actually. But today I decided to do the German beer. Very good, but sweet, very sweet. If you don't like sweet beer, then I definitely would not recommend this to you. U.S. has better Mexican food than Mexico. Completely agree, especially in California. Californian Mexican food is the best Mexican food in the world. It is superior to food in Mexico. Food in Mexico has become, frankly, garbage. A lot of like in Mexico, I noticed going to a restaurant and you order the tacos and the meat in the taco, like when you eat a taco, you just want to bite into it. You want to eat the meat, the sauce, maybe the radish, the cilantro, the chopped onion, the green salsa. You want to enjoy all these flavors at one time, just from one bite of a taco. It needs to be smooth like butter. But when you eat it in Mexico, I noticed they would give you the meat in the tortilla. The meat would have chunks of disgusting fat on it. And I'm not talking about the good fat that's buttery and greasy. I'm talking about that fat that's sinewy and just it's like not even, I don't even want to say that it's chewy. Chewy is not the word. It's like hard gelatinousness. It's the best way that I can describe it. It's just disgusting. It's you're eating sinew, not smooth, not tender, not chewy, not doesn't have any good texture. It's like slimy sinewness. It's awful, awful. And I noticed that so much in Mexico. We didn't give a shit about the customer. But yeah, U.S. has better Chinese than in China. I agree. Where are the cats tonight? They one is actually sleeping right here in my bed, but I don't want to disturb her because she's kind of old and has a big temper. IS has better American food than I don't know what US. Oh, okay. No Pizza Hut or Burger King here. McDonald's is the worst food I've ever eaten. Local Palatine have better chicken nuggets. I'm sure the Chivapi is superior to the Big Mac, my friend. Congrats on 1,000 subs, bro. This vid was in my suggestions. Absolutely. I appreciate that very much, sir. Thank you. America, the land of plenty. Absolutely. It is the land of plenty. I don't know why so many people are freaking complaining at America. People have very comfortable lives in the US. Even the poorest of the poor in the United States have comfortable lives. Those who lack proper liberty will resort to do things they would otherwise not do. Those under Stalin and his ilk ruled in a way to also divide people, especially brainwashing kids to rat out family. And the Nazis did the same thing. 50 million Mexicans in the US, and Ted and I are just two of them. Christianity has real come down to, do you recognize the judgment of sheep and goats or not? I agree with you there. It's a good assessment. Don't Eastern European women have hairy armpits? Do you know what one thing that I've noticed about the rest of the world? America is one of the few countries in the world that care about hair, whether or not women have too much hair. In America, women are pressured to shave their arms and their legs and their armpits, which I agree. I think a woman that is hairy is disgusting. But in countries like, I think, Europe, countries like Europe, who the hell, what's wrong with me? In Latin America and Europe, I think they don't put too much of an emphasis on it. When I was in Italy, I noticed that the women, as beautiful as they could be, they still had hairy forearms, which was a little bit disgusting. I'll be honest with you, but I guess people in those countries don't really care as much. So I think Poland is seen by some as Eastern Europe because they look at Europe without run. Yeah, I think it's because they're Slavic. Eastern European, Slavic automatically. Yeah, I don't know who said this, Heather. Who made this quote, Heather? Will you ever get married? I have no idea. Czech in Central Europe, but according to Man of Steel, all of them are buffer for the Union. Just kidding, dude. They resist every impulse to fight back, knowing the forced and permanent change of life that will come from it. Blowing up, yep. Russian Orthodox never forget anything the Catholic Church did to them. They still bring up, yeah, I know. How many YouTube channels have you had? I remember Bash the Fat. Well, Bash the Fash is this one. I just changed the name to Theodore Shubot. I picked Bash the Fast just to troll the right wing. First YouTube channel I had was when I was in high school. That lasted for a good number of years, and then that was taken out. So then I tried a second one called Theodore Schubot, and that one got up to over 5,000 subscribers. They took that one out, and then I did a third one, and that one went up to 3,000. I want to say 3,000 subscribers. They took that one out, and now we're here. The third YouTube channel I had was a very enjoyable one because believe it or not, most of the people watching my videos on my third channel were from Poland. Even YouTube confirmed it to me. Like the YouTube had their analytics page, and they would show you a giant map of the world, and you saw America, it's like a light red, and Poland is like this blood beat borscht red color. Like most of your followers are freaking Polish people. Like, damn, that's awesome. I did not know about the dandelion for real, and I see they're like regular leafy greens. Yeah, they're leafy greens. Yeah, you can go to try Lowe's or Home Depot. They should have some Yaupon. Make sure to look for it. You'll see it. Yaupon holly. Holly. Yaupon holly. Now, if you can't find Yaupon in Lowe's or Home Depot or any sort of local nursery, I recommend getting Yaupon online. There's oh man, let me look this up real quick. There's a business in Florida where you can buy that sells there's a business in Florida that sells Yaupon online. I think they're called the Yaupon Brothers. I purchased a Yaupon bush from them online. Yes, it's called Yaupon Brothers. Yaupon Brothers. Yeah, Yaupon Brothers. And you can, for very affordable price, you can get yourself a giant Yaupon bush. It's not going to come out giant in the mail. It's going to come out, decently sized in the mail, but plant it and it's going to grow pretty big. And you can just take some scissors, cut the branches, and just put it in boiled water, straight up, branches and leaves. Some people take the leaves off. I don't know why. I think the branches also have caffeination as well. I just put the branches and the leaves together. I just make sure you wash them, put it in boiled water, and then you can add some sugar to it, and you have yourself Yaupon tea. It's pretty awesome. What are you going to do on Thanksgiving? Probably nothing. I don't know. Do you have a P.O. box address we can send you correspondence to? Yeah, it's on shoebot.com. You'll see it in the contact page. Shoebot.com. You'll see it there. Never forget about the blood and treasure they sacrificed to keep most of Islam from the western portion of Europe. Ted just went from politics to movies to video games to a professional Yaupon tea seller and back to politics in a matter of minutes. Welcome to the Semitic mind, my friend. We are very, very fluid in how we communicate, especially with a little bit of alcohol. So mix in with some German beer, and we Germans, I'm telling you, Germans, if there are any Germans listening, you guys are masters at beer. Truly. Thank you, Caro. Can I grow it in a townhome balcony with mint you recommend? Yes. The beautiful thing about growing Yaupon is that it is a very durable plant. If you just take a big plastic container and fill it up with soil, you can stick the Yaupon plant on there and it will grow pretty decently well. Of course, ideally speaking, everything grows better when it's just planted in a garden box or in the earth directly. But yes, if you're limited to a townhome balcony and you want to grow it in a plastic container or a giant vase, Yaupon will definitely do. Yaupon is one of those plants that's extremely forgivable. You can grow Yaupon in the shade. You can grow Yaupon under open sunlight. You can grow Yaupon in partial sun, partial shade. It will grow. Yaupon is the plant from God himself. It is the Garden of Eden. It is the supreme plant because not only does it survive through anything and everything, but it gives you caffeine that also has a very, very nice side of psychoactive effects. And to be honest with you, the psychoactive effects of Yaupon probably a lot stronger than coffee. From my own experience, the psychoactiveness of tea is just better than that of coffee. Coffee is just pure caffeine. Tea, whether it be from Turkish tea or green tea or Yaupon or yerba mate, these plants provide a much higher awareness for your consciousness. It's just, it has a much higher psychoactive effect, in my opinion. I think I think tea is superior to coffee. Coffee's nice if you want to, if you got no sleep and you need to like just get the jumper cables on, drink some coffee. But if you want to read a book, or if you're writing something and you just want to get the creative fluids pumping, tea is where to go, man. Tea is where to go. How is your father? He's doing good. You paint a vivid picture. Yaupon and carry on, y'all. I want to edit that part of me talking about Yaupon. I want to make a separate video. Maybe some Yaupon sellers will take it and use it. I don't know. But I could probably sell Yaupon tea better than Yaupon growers. Can Yaupon tea grow in damp equatorial weather? Yes. Yaupon tea will grow in anything. Grow it in the winter, grow it in the snow, grow it in the tropics, grow it anywhere. This thing is a tea grower's dream. It is the paradise of all people who want to grow their own caffeination. Because coffee beans, I would imagine, are finicky because coffee beans grow in the tropics. So they require a temperature, a climate that is continuously warm and tropical and moist. Regular conventional tea like green tea, or all tea grows as green, but regular tea, be it Japanese green tea or Turkish tea, all these types of teas, they require that continual climate of warmth and tropical rains, like you would in a country like Kenya or in Hawaii, or maybe somewhere in the Black Sea where you have lots of forests and therefore the temperatures remain fairly moderate. With Yaupon, it grows through, like, for example, in the city of San Antonio, back in, I want to say in the early 2000s, there was a very, very harsh summer that erupted to the point where oak trees that had been rooted in the ground for decades and decades and decades were dying. But do you know what didn't die? The Yaupon trees, the Yaupon bushes, they did not die. I'm telling you, I went through a snowstorm last year. I went outside and I'm like, man, everything looks miserable. I looked at the Yaupon plants. Leaves are beautiful. They were almost like a painting because it was the beautiful green leaves and it was just peppered with the white snow. And it just looked like something out of a Christmas movie on Fox and Family. It was perfect. Perfect. Peppercorns are very strong. Szechuan makes everything better. Damn. Have you ever drank the Birra Moretti? Yes, when I was in Italy, I drank Moretti. Peroni, Moretti, Incusa. Yes, I drank all the beers. Get some spicy foods. That sounds interesting. Now, please explain to me, why wouldn't I just eat some prosciutto and dry cheese without bread, you filthy barbarians, instead? Sugar will deaden the spice, but it can balance it. Sweet and spicy, they go perfectly together. It's a perfect marriage. Food sex. What the hell? Chinese have little bags of mixed spices called 5 herb and 7 herb that makes everything taste better. Does it include Sichuan? The way you describe the process of cooking, making food sounds really epic. Dude, I'm telling you, I am a poet when it comes to food. Food theology, absolutely. Hence why the true origins of the Victory Garden revealed. I'm telling you, gardening is one of the most magical things that we can do as human beings. In gardening, we find everything in life. We find in your garden, in a way, kind of reflects your own life. Like if you see too much weeds in your garden, that indicates that you're a little too lazy. You don't want to pick your weeds. And it also reminds you that you need to stop being lazy and go out and pick your weeds. If you're gardening and you see your plants thriving, that means, hey, you're being consistent. You're looking at your plants, you're making sure that they're watered, you're doing the right thing. If you see some plant that look a little bit sad, that means you're being a little bit negligent. If all of your plants look sad, that means you're being completely negligent. You're not doing anything else but negligence. If you look at your garden and you see some areas are successful, but some areas need a little bit of work, that shows that you're trying, that you're progressing, but you're still battling it out with nature, and nature has taken some victories from you, but you still have enough tenacity to continue on, to strive through to the victory. to the finish line. Gardening is not really just about growing food, but gardening is truly about living in philosophy. Brother Shubat, how does that description of a great movie not describe the majestic piece of art that is the Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings is a great movie. Lord of the Rings is superior to Star Wars. Lord of the Rings is a masterpiece of film directing. I absolutely agree. I do not disagree with you there. It is. It is a great film. I wouldn't call it Catholic, but it's still a great film. The martial art of Fud Fu, make you sweet. Haha, you might like it. Michael Savage, great lifestyle show. Absolutely. Michael Savage was a master in the art of rhetoric. He really was. As crazy as he was a master of rhetoric. Yeah, Michael Savage had that's my only issue with Michael Savage. He got a little too much in the anti-immigration stuff. But other than that, one thing you cannot take away from Michael Savage is that he was a great rhetorician. Rhetorician? I can't pronounce that word. He was great at rhetoric. They respond. I agree, Heather. We are in agreement. I want Theo's beer now. It's called Weihenstephaner. Cost me about $4 to get this one bottle. It's expensive. There was another bottle of Belgian beer that I found next to this one. It was over $6. So this was the cheapest one out of the fancy beers. But what I don't understand is I've before I have gotten a box of little bottles of German beer that were cheap in comparison to buying this one bottle of beer, and it tasted the same. So what's the purpose of buying this expensive beer when the cheaper stuff tastes the same? I don't know. He wanted to receive 1 barrel of oil for every illegal Mexican per day. Yeah, he was crazy, I know. Savage got into his friendship with Trump. It got old and weird. Plus he's a huge unpolitical. Yeah, okay. I learned of you and your father from your dad on his show and gave Waleed the longest radio interview ever for a relatively unknown. Without him, I wouldn't have known of you and your dad. Okay. On the Michael Savage show. Yes, Michael Savage used to invite my father all the time. I'm not sure if Savage even has a show anymore. Like it's so funny. Like when I was in high school, when I was in junior high, when I was, I think in like elementary school, maybe like 5th or 6th grade, my father was listening to Michael Savage every single day. That's how I found about Michael Savage. It was back in the early 2000s, and it was Michael Savage every day. At first, I didn't really care, but believe it or not, in the early 2000s, my father called up Michael Savage. And Michael Savage talked to my dad, and my dad was just a caller who was calling in. He didn't invite my father, but man, Michael Savage loves talking to my dad. This was the very first time Michael Savage talked to my father. This was back in 2001, I think, right after 9/11. And I remember after the conversation, the long conversation that my father had with Michael Savage, maybe like a week or two later, we were listening to Michael Savage, and Michael Savage mentioned my father. Oh, I remember this guy named Waleed called in, and he was so good. And that's when it really began between Michael Savage and my dad. So Michael Savage was a part of my life for years. He was kind of he was a household name in my family, and someone that greatly influenced me in the art of rhetoric and communication and things like that. But yeah, it was great. It was really good. Yeah, I'm glad you found out about my dad through Michael Savage. Thoughts on almond milk? Almond milk tastes good, actually. I like the taste of it. I don't drink it a lot. I drink it. I've consumed it here and there, but I don't drink a whole lot of it. But it does taste good. I'll give it that. One of my favorite speeches his dad gave was at Six Flags. That was back in Florida. His dad has been warning America for years of the dangers of this. Yep, that's right. Kingdom of Antichrist was great. Yep. Excellent preach speech, Ted. You make a very excellent orator. Thank you. Thank you. I try. I was in awe of Alicia bought his way of speech. Thank you. What are we talking about? Can we return to talking about dandelions? The beer kicked in. Yeah. Philosophy time with a dash of theology. Hell Across the Border was something else. A must see. I'm glad you like that, man. It's still on YouTube, believe it or not. YouTube never took it down because it's classified as a documentary, so it's there for educational purposes. So it's still good. I'm partial to the physical world, can't help myself, but I'll ponder philosophy while I munch. Oh, wait now. Theo's saying I do. Meanwhile, we should on ourselves. That's what our humanity springs from the fact that we can say I should. Well, although there's nothing wrong with doing things that are natural, like eating and sleeping are things that are natural, but at the same time, we have the freedom to come to the realization that we are not completely slaves to our impulses and to our proclivities. So maybe we're eating too much sugar and we say, look, we're eating too much sugar. I should not eat too much sugar. That's what makes us human. Great rant. Thank you, Monkey Brain. Pretty decent accents. Hello, Francisco. Finished an amazing book, Empire of the Summer Moon. Amazing book about the Comanche tribe and the war chief, Quanah Parker, half white, half Comanche, lost Comanche chief. Does it talk about the savageness of the Native American, or does it talk about like how noble the Native Americans were, or is it a little bit of both? I would like to know. I would never buy a book on the Native Americans if it sounded like something from Dances with Wolves. I need to get something that's going to tell me about cannibalism and savagery, because if you don't mention that, then you're just being dishonest. Purple onion is truly the king of the vegetables. Your life shall be spared for now. Yeah, purple onion is definitely the superior onion. That and green onion. Green onion is surprisingly very good. While I see writing as an art, I find its core importance is communication and preserving knowledge. Yeah, absolutely. Theo, thoughts on Chinese social credit system? It's kind of scary, I'll be honest with you, because maybe you smoke a cigarette outside and bam, your social credit is done. Might be dog. There's non-diorites who even agree that it would take a huge miracle to run. I agree. Mexicans eat iguana. They do. You're right. I have hair everywhere except where I was. Just stop. Just stop. I don't believe in Central Europe. It's either Eastern European or Western and Germany in the middle. Yeah, I never really recognized Central Europe too much until you guys pressured me to see it. Because to me, it's always like Western Europe, Eastern Europe. That's the way I've always seen it. While we are land of plenty, we aren't foolproof. The issue is more people need to be more tactical on how they buy groceries and manage their money, although corporatism will make this more difficult. I think that when you go to the grocery store, here's something that you guys should do. This is what I do. When you go to the grocery store, buy what you want to buy, but go to the bean section. Beans are the cheapest form of protein that you can buy, okay? And they are abundant. Go to the bean section, buy canned beans. Canned beans are very helpful, but go get those 1 pound bags of beans, those 1 pounders, and buy a ton of them. Every time you go to the grocery store, just buy a ton of them. When you go home, save it. And if you really want to preserve it, put the beans in Mylar bags with the oxygen absorbers, and that will last for years. And continue to do this. Every time you go to the grocery store, buy a bunch of bags of beans every time, and eventually put those beans in Mylar bags, have them preserved for years. And then once it comes to the point where you're stuck at home and you can't leave the house and you can't go to the grocery store, those Mylar bags are going to definitely be helpful for you. I'm growing okra at my first plant. The soft green pod turned into a flower. Yeah, it starts out as a flower. That flower should become a you're so what you thought was a soft green pod, that was actually just a flower before it opened. So the flower opens up, then the flower is going to fall off. What's left is going to be the okra. And then you're going to give that a couple of days, 3 days, 4 days to grow. With okra, the earlier you harvest it, the more tender it is. But you don't want to cut it when it's too small because you're not really going to have much to bite into. But I would say cut okra when it's like 2 to 3 inches long. Also, my tomatoes have brown spots on lower leaves and are now. Yeah, you see, this is the predicament of growing tomato. I think tomato is a fruit that everybody wants to grow, but it's difficult to grow them, especially if you're living in the South. If you're living in the Northeast or in the western part of the United States, it's easier because the climates are more I think the climate is more stable. But when you grow tomatoes in a very, very harsh climate where it's really hot, and it's in the 90s all the time, um, things like what you just described is pretty common. Brown spots on the lower leaves. It's why I really don't bother trying to grow tomatoes. I tried to grow them a lot this year, and it was just a complete failure. I got maybe like 15 tomatoes or something. It was just a complete joke. I really don't like growing tomatoes for that reason. If I lived in a more consistent climate, then I would probably try to grow them. But I don't see it's just too much of an effort, you know. Um, if you see the yellowness in the bottom leaves, this is why it's important when you're growing tomatoes to always cut the lower branches off. You don't want any branches touching the earth, because when the leaves touch the earth, that leaves it open to infection from like the different bacterial blights that are living in the soil. You don't want that, because once it infects your plant, then it can infect. Once it infects the lower branches, then it can infect the rest of the plant. So you need to cut those lower branches off. So when you're growing tomatoes, you should be cutting anything touching the earth. You want nothing touching the earth. Now I want beer. Go get yourself a cold bottle, man. It's really good. Women who are Mediterranean will tend to have more visible body hairs in areas not common to fairer complexion women, though there's fair complexion in Mediterraneans. Also, if it's cold, that's true, but they just don't shave. Like when I was in Italy, I saw women. I was like, damn, these women are hairy. I saw the same thing in Spain. I'm like, man, these women are freaking hairy. Like they just don't shave. Even the lighter skinned ones don't shave. No need to apologize, man. I'm going to read it once I'm done here. Don't worry about it. Hello, Mr. MRJCH24, our Kiwi New Zealander friend. Hello. Savage, the orator. Theo, I think. Savage isn't anti-immigration. He's simply, like many people, critical. Yeah, but he gets a little too vicious about it. Sup, Christian Estrada. Hell Across the Border was a great. Thank you very much. I worked almost a year on that documentary, and I really enjoyed. I still enjoy the final product of it. Do you Islam? I'm guessing you were going to say, do you think Islam owes much of its rise to Christianity and the many schisms that led to? Yes, to a great extent, absolutely. The rise of Protestantism in Europe greatly weakened Europe to the point where it gave the opportunity for the Ottomans to expand. Also, for example, in the Balkans, there was a heretical schism in Bosnia, therefore impeding Christian unity in that part of the Balkans and giving the opportunity for the Ottomans to expand in that area. So yes, definitely schisms definitely enabled the spread of Islam. Breaking news, Kyle Rittenhouse is acquitted. Yes, absolutely. Hopefully we'll have no riots. Lock your doors, folks. The idiots are coming. Your father speaks a lot about doublespeak culture in the Middle East. Do you know Japan has the same culture of doubles? Yes, it does, actually. I actually said this to my mom yesterday. I said, I noticed that the Chinese are very obvious when they don't like you. Like Chinese people, they're like, you idiot. No, you idiot, stupid. No, go away, you stupid. Japanese people are like, haragara, harara, harara, and they got the freaking samurai sword waiting for you. So yes, I definitely know about that. Saint Xavier actually talked about this. He said that the Japanese are people who will never tell you what they actually think, and they believe that if you express what you truly think, that you're actually stupid. That's what Japanese people believed, and I'm pretty sure that culture still prevails today. So yeah, I agree. Certain native tribes are civilized. Look at the 5 civilized. Yeah, sure, they were tribes who were okay, but the Comanches wasn't one of them. That's just, yeah, Comanches had a lot of cannibalism. It is absolutely spot on. The book Empire of the Summer Moon. It doesn't sugarcoat the Native Americans, especially the Comanche. Great education. Okay, I will definitely look into that book. Definitely. I actually saw that book at Barnes & Noble years ago, but now that you say this, I will look into it. Oh, the verdict isn't new news. LOL. I'm a night owl. I miss everything. Don't worry about it, man. We're all very happy that Rittenhouse won this. Theo, you told me to cut anything touching the earth. Instructions unclear. I have now cut all my tomato plants off by the stem because they touch the earth. Wait, what? No. The tomato plant should be erect, right? It should be on a trellis. It should be on some kind of stake. The lower branches on the plant, the lower branches on the base of the plant that are touching the earth should not be touching it. You should cut the lower branches off. That's what I meant. The Empire of the Sun Moon doesn't take sides. It gives it to you. Real explains the savagery of especially the Comanche and the deception of the white. Okay. I will definitely look into that. So I've been here for 3 hours and almost 20 minutes now. Maybe I can stay for the rest of the hour. If you guys want to ask me some more questions, please feel free. Or maybe we can listen to some music. I don't know. We can listen to some music, guys. How about we go down nostalgia road and we listen to music from the 90s and the early 2000s? That will be fun. If you want to do that, we can definitely do that. I can go on screen share here and we can just watch music videos or listen to music. So Walmart was selling these hanging planters. Yeah, I know. I've seen these before. Theo, have you played the recently game House of Ashes? It's really good. I have not heard of that. Do any of you guys like electronic techno music? Electronic techno music is really good. I've been listening to techno music or trance music, European trance music since I was in junior high. So always loved techno music and European trance music. Happy International Men's Day. Savonarola 721. Anything that keeps the stream going helps. Okay, awesome. So let's look at some music here. My internet is acting a little bit retarded. I pissed off all the Azerbaijanis because of my last video on Azerbaijan. Music from the 90s. Are you sure this is a wise proposition? Yes, it is. Early 2000s will also do. Techno, yes, absolutely. So there are some masterpieces from the 1990s. Let's look at hold on. One of the best songs ever. Thank You by Dido. Come on. Have you guys not heard of this before? I absolutely love this song. We can play that if you want. Let me see here. I love the beginning of this song. I think the beginning is so good. Let's go to screen share. Let's go to screen share. Dido. Here we go. Isn't this song so good? Isn't this song so damn good? Isn't this good? That sound, man, it's so good. Has that rhythm that comes up. You can't beat that. You truly can't beat that rhythm, guys. It's like the sound of it. I'm not sure. Did this song come out on I think 1999? This song came out.
My tea's gone cold, I'm wondering why.
Isn't that good? I love it.
The morning rain clouds up my window, and I can't see it all.
I love this song. I've listened to it for so many years. They used to play it in the radio every morning when I was growing up in California. The Macarena is like a meme now, you know. But it was the reason why it was popular was because of the dance. They made you do the dance in elementary school, and all the kids loved it because you could. It wasn't math. That's the reason why we loved it, because that shit wasn't math. Try playing Ride. Leave them all behind. Okay, hold on. This better be good. Okay. Hold on. Ride, leave them all behind. Oh no. Better be good, guys. I like the beginning. Nice. I like it. Okay. Nice. Nice. Good rhythm. I like it. I like it, man. It's an 8-minute long song. Is there any? You know, it was a really hold on. Has a very 90s feel to it. You know, it was a really good song. Was the song by Massive Attack? I think it was. Was it Mezzanine? Wait, no, hold on. It was the song from The Matrix. Dissolved Girl. This was a good song. Has a very good rhythm to it. Good techno kind of sound in the beginning. Has a good rhythm to it in the beginning. What else do you have? Rosia by Laibach. I think I played this one, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I played this. Okay. Got a little European doomerism going on here.
Created in struggle by unhappy race, where sunrise of freedom were frozen in ice, united forever in great Russia's embrace.
Nice.
From the Arctic Circle to the southern seas.
Mr. Chopo, actually no, I didn't play this one. I think you recommended it to me before, but I don't think I played it. I don't know. But it sounds I'm getting some really good European Euro Doomer vibes. Let's just call it that. I got some Euro Doomer vibes coming from this. Frozen by Keldweller. Is this good? Hold on. Keldweller. This looks a little bit depressing. Oof. Gothic. That sounds weird.
Inside this fantasy, it seems so real to
I'm
me.
getting some Corn vibes from this.
Synthetic ecstasy when her legs are open.
Oh no.
True life behind the
Okay, it was a little weird for me, guys. I'm out of this. When the choir kicks in. Okay, let's go back to Europe. The Frozen one was a little creepy.
Endless space, created in struggle by unhappy race, where sunrise of freedom were frozen in ice, united forever great Russia's embrace. From the Arctic Circle to the southern seas, deserted forests, never-ending steppes, the unbreakable union of fraternal states, united forever in great Russia's embrace.
Nice. Nice.
Rise, the breeze of
Nice. Let me think. There's a great soundtrack. It's for the Russian film called Brother 2. This soundtrack, it's for a Russian movie that came out in the, I think it was from the early 2000s. And dang, the soundtrack is so good in this. The soundtrack for this movie, the movie was okay. It wasn't the best, but the soundtrack for the film was so well done. Just listen to this.
Gangsters?
No, we are Russians.
Большие города,
Great music.
пустые поезда, ни берега, ни дна.
You can't beat that. Da 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 la da da la. I mean, like, each song is beautiful. Really good. Each song just has great rhythm. Not this one though. Not this one. This one is really good. I like this one.
Я искала тебя годами долгими, искала тебя.
Russian music, it's amazing that in America, I think we kind of stereotype Russian culture to be bland and cold and things like that. But man, there's a lot of richness in Slavic cultures, music, food. It's very rich. They have pierogi, they have the pickled vegetables, they have the different sauces. There's a lot of richness in it. Georgian food is also very rich. A lot of walnuts and cilantro, coriander, different spices. Yes, Chopo, I remember. Volk, based on the anthems from around the world, and all their work is quite doomerish. I like that. I like the doomer aesthetic, though. There's something very beautiful about it. I love this one, The Godfather by Fantomas. It perks me up. Okay, let's listen to this. The Godfather. Fantomas. Okay. Oh no, we got the Godfather theme playing. Got the Mafia music playing. Okay. That's a little too crazy for me. There's no rhythm in it. If you're going to add a craziness to a song, it needs to be balanced out with some kind of harmony, some kind of flow, not something that's not chaotic. You know, like I think a band that really encapsulates this is Korn. Korn will add craziness to their music, but they'll add some really beautiful heavy rhythm to it, and so they balance it out. But bands that just go all out like that without any sort of balance, I think that's just not good. Play Snake SSS. Is this some Nazi music? like SS type of stuff. Snake. SSSS. What was the name of the song? Digital Problem. I hope this is good. Oh man. Oh, this is just audio. Hold on. Oh, good grief. I messed up.
Conheceu. Eu já quero provar o seu sabor. Sim, eu já quero. Você é celebridade. Nunca nos viu.
It has a nice depressing sound to it. You might be a bit uncomfortable with some of the Libex material since they like to use facey aesthetic. This is in fact done to critique fascist and other totalitarian regimes. I see. Yeah, I noticed that there's some of the fasciness to it in their music. I see. I see, Heather. You're like the singer. The Doomer music is really good. I don't know if you guys ever are familiar with that, but there's some very good. Let me see, Russian Doomer music. I mean, some of this music is pretty masterful.
Смотрю в чужое небо из чужого окна и не вижу ни одной знакомой звезды. Я ходил по всем дорогам и туда и сюда, обернулся и не смог разглядеть следы. Но если есть в кармане пачка сигарет.
Yeah, I won't play the whole song, but I think it's pretty good. Rammstein is too crazy for me. Thought Rosenrot sounded pretty until I saw the video, and Sonne is just a nope. Too satanic, too rainbow. You know, that's true about Rammstein. You're right about that. Another thing that bothered me about them is that they did a song, and it was like, Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles, Deutschland. And I heard that, and I said, this is some Nazi shit. They're going to be playing this music from the tanks when the Bundeswehr invades Poland. Yep, absolutely. Kino, Soy, absolutely. Masters of modern Russian music, very good. The guitar solo on this song is excellent. Let me try to fast forward to it. Right here. Anyway, anybody got any more recommendations? Deutschland by Rammstein is actually critical of Germany, as far as I understand. I'm not sure about that. It just seems like I could totally see some like far rightists listening to this and rocking to it. Like it may be a critique, like that may be what they say, but effectively speaking, that's a perfect song for fascist. Triple X metal. I mean, Deutschland overall. That's some nationalistic stuff. Seether. Oh, we finally got a song that's not Jewish. I'm amazed. Let's see Seether. I like the music of Seether, by the way.
If I gave you the
yes.
would it keep
I know this music very well.
you alive? Though I'm closer to wrong, I'm no further from right. And now I'm convinced on the inside.
Good music.
Something's wrong with me. Convinced on the inside.
Good music.
So much more than me.
Yep, listening to Seether for a long time. Good music. Comedic Ukrainian music. Verka Serduchka. Are you Ukrainian, Mr. Savonarola? Salt Tank, Eugenia. Michael Woods remix. Okay, let's listen to this. I like a good remix. Remix. Michael Woods remix. Nice. Okay. Nice. Nice. That's good. I like it. Hold on. I've noticed a shift in the octave. Let's listen to this. Nice. Nice. Good music. There was one song, I think it was a DJ Tiesto, but it was Your Loving Arms. Let me try to find it. Your Loving Arms. Karen Overton. Karen Overton sang in it, and it had, I think this is it. Hopefully this is it. No, this is not it. There was one, it had a, let me see if I can find it. Original. No, hold on. Dang it. Is it the club mix? No. Is it this one? Yep. I love this song. I listened to it so many years ago. It's such a good piece of music. It begins so well. Anyway, one thing I noticed about Euro house music is that there's always this continual European aesthetic, and they love to put these like beautiful looking European women on a beach. Like every song, it's a part of it. I always wonder. I've always wondered what would happen if you just did like a psychological experiment and you put like a black girl on one of these videos. Like if people would get pissed off or something. Yeah, We're All Living in America. I'm familiar with that song. Supreme Beware. Whoever climbs high will fall deep in the Deutschland song. Yeah, okay, fine. I'm just saying, when you hear Deutschland overall, and it has that really nice rhythm to it, that sticks to the head, and that could have different effects regardless of what the motive of the musician was. That's all I'm saying. I can't take DJ Tiesto seriously. His name literally means DJ Doe. I didn't know that. The Chameleons, Soul in Isolation. Nice. Nice. Good. I guess it has a nice doomer vibe to it. Nice. Rage Against the Machine is some of their music has good rhythm, but they're bullshit, and the singer is some Mexican Jewish guy. Yeah, and you're right. They hate the government, but they live under the government. They're thriving in American society, which is under the government, and also, yes, they actually profited from capitalism, which, yeah, is you're absolutely right about that. It's just absolute bullshit. It's complete bullshit. I don't like people who are like, the government is this, and they're like sitting comfortably in their house on their computer. Like, government needs to be gotten rid of. We need to get rid of government. Government bad. Meanwhile, they're like, they're dressed in yoga pants, living in the comfort of their own home, doing YouTube videos. But why government bad? Government bad, man. In Your Loving Arms sounds like Cyndi Lauper's Time After Time. You are right. There is definitely something of a similarity. I think that a lot of the Euro house music, I think, is probably somewhat related to music in the 80s. I mean, I think all music is sort of a descendant of its predecessor. So I don't like Leonard Skinner. I can't listen to that music. I'm sorry. That's okay. Let's give it a try. Maybe I'll be convinced otherwise. Leonard Skinner, The Ballad of Curtis Love. Okay, hold on. Leonard Skinner. What the hell? The Battle of what? Battle of Curtis Loev. Okay, let's hear this, guys. I can't take it seriously just from the beginning. I can't take this seriously. I can't listen to this music. It's just too limpy for me. It's limp. There's no love in it. Wake Up, Rage Against the Machine. Yep, I know. I'm very familiar with that song. Guys, no one. How many people are reading freaking this Marquis de Sade? Let's be honest here. And I can understand why Germany would. Okay, Heather, do you think Germany should ban Mein Kampf? Yes or no? That's the question I have for you. And secondly, I would like to add that I don't blame them for banning Mein Kampf because that book came from Germany and caused much destruction. So it's actually seems like a good enough gesture on the part of Germany to say, okay, we're not going to sell that book here. That's just my opinion. LM Styles Alibi. Okay, hold on. LM. Am I spelling this correctly? Oh, okay. Alibi. Here we go. I hope this is good. I'm sorry. This is just some Soul Train music. I've never got into this type of music. Hitler attacked the Jews. That is why his work is banned. No, I'm pretty sure it's because he massacred millions of people. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why. Sepultura. Oh yeah, I'm familiar with them. They were like basically the main influence or one of the main influences for Korn. Sepultura. Yeah. Inner Self. The music, yeah, it looks a little bit weird. I don't like it. No, I'm not too crazy about it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm out. Too scary for me. European music from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s is all techno, and it's all awesome. There was a song, oh my gosh, it was from the Wolfenstein soundtrack. What's it called? Wolfenstein, Youngblood. Soundtrack. Let me see if I can find some of the songs that I like. No, not this one. Is it this one? No. No. I can't find it. Dang it. Shut up. Is it? Hold on. Is it? Let's see. The House in New Berlin. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No, that does sound good. Nice. I can't find it. Is it here? No, is it this? This is the one. There's a, let's see, Ich bin übervoll. Ich bin überall. I am overall. I didn't spell that one correctly. This is the one. This one had a decent rhythm. A little bit of Indian influence in there.
Früh an einem lila Morgen erwachst du aus deinem Traum. Sonnenstrahlen im Gesicht, das stilles Schweigen macht frei.
Has a nice Indian rhythm to it. Anyway, anyone else got any more suggestions for me? Accelerated by Miami Nights. That doesn't sound very good. As soon as I hear Miami. Accelerated. Miami Nights. Just by the title, I don't know if it's. This doesn't sound good. I don't know. Oh, that's nice. Nice. Sounds a little too keckish for me, I'll be honest with you. Mein Kampf being banned from proper study and discussion in scholarly circles. Ja, Heza, I don't mind if the professors want to read Mein Kampf as long as it is done for scholarly purposes and for the purposes of education, yeah. But I'm not sure if it's a good idea to allow the book to be equally distributed to the local populace. Yeah, the Vogue may not be able to handle the type of information that is conveyed within the pages of the book. Yeah, that is my problem. By the way, the Spanish Inquisition banned the Quran unless you were a scholar and you wanted to study the Quran. How could you not like Soul Train? Yeah, I never got into that stuff, man. It's just not the golden age of music. Come on, there is some really good Greek music, by the way. People, who wants to hear some Greek music, let me know. I'm up for it to be allowed for scholarly debates, yeah, and historical analysis. It's important to understand such work, and I agree, Heather. I just don't think that people should be walking around willy-nilly, able to buy a Mein Kampf anytime they want. Steve Ray Vallon. Steve Ray, I think you have a very picky taste in music, Seal, and that limits you from seeing the beauty in all forms of music. Yeah, no, I just not too crazy about the sounds of the Soul Train. It sounds like I'm listening to some music in the Denny's Diner. Yeah, I'm getting into Polish music, so maybe a picky taste is better. My music direction does not make sense anymore. Du hast. I mean, come on, everyone heard this song in high school. I hear that Wolfenstein, I'm lighting incense. What? What does that even mean? In German, I can see Germans playing this while driving their tanks into Poland. How dare you, Theo? There is oh, hold on. Let me go back to it. There is a really good solo part of the song. It's German, and it got that Indian vibe to it, which means it's truly Aryan, okay? But fast forward it. Überall, I am overall. So it's a German guy saying, I am over everybody to the sound of an Indian sitar. That should all scare us. It's like the Nazi Indian occultic aesthetic is coming back.
Das sehende Auge des stählernen Wächters beobachtet jede Bewegung.
But listen to this sitar solo that starts playing. Right here. Right here. Hold on. Listen to that sitar, man. It sounds nice.
Ich wache auf und gehe.
And then he goes into some weird speech about something. I don't know. If it sounds German, it automatically sounds scary. The Monotrome set Ein Symphony des Grauens, not 90s, but I think you like, and the band is not German. Oh, lol, haha, lol. Monochrome set? Okay, hold on. Monochrome sets. Ein Symphony des Grauens. Yeah, it sounds German to me, so. Oh no. That sounds weird. I'm sorry. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I'm gonna be honest with y'all about what I think about your music recommendations. Turbo Killer by Carpenter Brut. Oh yeah, Wolfenstein. I'm pretty sure I heard this one. Okay, I'll give it a try. Turbo Killer. Nice. Yeah, something you would listen to while playing video games. Okay, so there's some really good Greek music out there. There's a wonderful album that came out I want to say it came out in the late 90s. It was called it was a Greek album. It was called The Dance of Heaven's. It was called The Dance of Heaven's Ghosts. Here it is. This was a great album of Greek music that came out in the late 90s. There was some great, hold on, let me try to find. This was one of my favorite ones, by the way. This was a great song. This was an amazing song back in the day.
Mangesto Berea, Pende Mangesto Berea, Pende Mangesto Berea, sulla canna ne parea.
It kind of mixes some southern, like Southern American blues to it with Greek music. Yeah, exactly. The blues. It's very well done. Beautiful piece of music. O Americanos. The song is actually about some American tourists who go to Greece, and I think the Americans get robbed by some Greek bandits or something like that. But the music, it was just excellent. Da da la da 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 na da da la da da na na da 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 da. Greek music I only know is Demis Roussos. Everybody knows Demis Roussos. I don't like his music though. I think it's overrated. I think he just wanted to kill, which is why most resources went to mass kill. That is true. The Nazis were obsessed with killing, which is why the Nazis, they killed, the Nazis and the Soviets, they both invaded Poland. Do you know that the Nazis killed more Poles than the Soviets? Which is kind of interesting because I noticed the Poles, they talk more about the Soviet Union than they well, I don't know about the when it comes to historical discourse, but I noticed the Poles, they love to talk about Russia more than anything. But the fact is that the Germans, they killed more Poles than the Soviets did. I think the Soviets were more interested in transforming you or making you into a conformist than they were in killing you. The Germans just wanted to kill you. They didn't care if you conformed. You could conform all you want. They'd kill you. They were Jews who collaborated with the Nazis, and they ended up dead in the end anyway. Theo, after listening to one song in German, instantly became a German. Yeah. I'm going through the Germanifications right now. The Reich's program to complete transformation of the human mind is starting to be implemented. Oh, it feels groovy. Okay, I'm glad you like it. General Patton read Rommel's field book so that he could know. Okay, you're not Patton. You're not in a battle. You're not studying your enemy. But you know what, Heather? If you want to read Mein Kampf to learn about the evils of Nazism, go right ahead. I'm glad that you and I can both see eye to eye on the dangers of Nazism. I completely agree with you there. And since we both see eye to eye, I suggest that you be very, very suspicious of any sort of ultra-nationalist groups. I think some books should be banned. It is just if it just teaches. I understand why Germany would ban Mein Kampf. Wasn't there was a book that came out. It wasn't Mein Kampf, but it came out in Germany. It was written by a guy. His name was Theo Salazen, I think his name was. And Theo Salazen, he was a guy. He was a banker. He worked for I think it was what's the name of the big bank over there? Deutsche Bank. I think he worked for the Deutsche Bank. And Tito Zadazen wrote a book on the genetic makeup of migrants and how it is a problem for the German society. And that book was a huge bestseller. That should scare us. Germans reading books on genetic differences, that should scare us. I support book burnings. I think some books deserve to be burned. Shut up, you face, Joe Dulce. It doesn't sound like something I'd want to listen to. I've read Mein Kampf, and it was an absolute chore to read. Hitler loves to go off with himself, babbling about racial purity and all. Yeah, I know. It's craziness. It's a book written by a mentally ill person. I think I remember reading that Hitler gave a free copy of Mein Kampf to Mussolini, and Mussolini said that that book was like a dull brick. Like it had nothing in it. There was nothing of substance in it. But anyway, I digress, guys. I've been here for 4 hours. I think I'm done. Got 18 people online with us, though. It's a decent number of people. Yeah. Racial purity allows honorary Aryan status. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Germans are the most purest people of the Aryan world. Theo, the casual Bible reader versus Heather, the persistent Mein Kampf enjoyer. Yeah. I mean, if Heather Green believes that we should read Mein Kampf to study the evils of Nazism, okay, fine. That's a legit reason, but make sure that I would like to make sure that it's only the readers, it's only the people who are against Nazism that read Mein Kampf, not the people who actually have a sick curiosity to it. My Jewish friend has no issue reading Mein Kampf as it's examining how and why he thought such a way. He thinks it's pathetic that people can't be able to ask hard questions and teach why in depth the evil. I think it's okay for people to ask hard questions. I mean, I ask hard questions to myself all the time. Like, how am I going to die? That's a question I ask myself every single day. I wonder how I'm going to die. How is it going to happen? I wish we all knew, like, okay, you're going to die this way. Maybe I think it would completely change all of society, probably for the worse though. So it's not a good idea, but I don't see the connection between asking hard questions and just trying to make sure that certain propaganda is not disseminated too much into the public, because it can get dangerous. If World War II was caused by an Austrian, why did that Austrian gain German citizenship? I think it's because Austrians and Germans know they're both the same people. Yeah, they're all Germans. Austrians are Germans. They're all the same people. Austrians are Germans and Germans are Austrians. Bottom line. All right, guys, I think I'm done. I think we're good for tonight. I've been here for 4 hours. Tried to answer all y'all's comments and questions. Hope you guys enjoy it. All right, y'all. God bless. I'm out.